Isabella, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. So I have a problem with my camera. I don't know what is happening, but I can open my camera. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Speak. Okay. Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome to this panel. I am not Romana Ando. My name is Philip Meers. I am chairing this session. We made a switch. You know, when you go to conferences and you want to see the other panel, that's what happened to me. That's why the coordinators agreed happily to make this shift. We have 4 presentations. One colleague is online. We have 20-minute presentations, and we take questions, Q&A in the end, if I'm not mistaken. So the panel is called Border Crossing Approaches to Exhibition and Reception. And I'm very glad to introduce Aina Mar Clariana Rodagut from Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, who will speak about transnational circulation of Ancien Andalou, 1929, by Luis Buñuel.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, everyone, for joining my presentation, since it's the early morning first presentation. So I appreciate it very much. This presentation is part of a larger research Malte Hagener and I conducted for a chapter we wrote for a book entitled, yeah, here you have it, Global Literary Studies, Key Concepts. And I apologize for the self-promotion, but since it's a collaborative work, I had to. So the aim of this presentation is twofold: to map the circulation of Un Chien Andalou in Europe and the Americas, and to develop a theoretical framework to understand this phenomenon. The film itself is a complex work of art. It is usually understood as the most typical example of surrealist cinema in general. Moreover, the film is routinely studied as an outstanding example of avant-garde cinema, and it relied on specific infrastructural networks of circulation. By exploring and examining its transnational circulation, I am arguing that the film, its meaning and discursive value, lies not in an immanent aesthetic quality, but that these aspects are constructed in and through practices of circulation, such as processes of cultural transfer, or the networks with its nodes and edges traced thanks to its circulation patterns. So, Un Chien Andalou premiered at the Studio des Ursulines in Paris, 6 June 1929, with the Surrealists led by André Breton in attendance. In 6 months from its world premiere to the moment when it was screened in Madrid, the film received a range of different connotations or semantic layers: surrealist film, independent film, communist film, and incitement to violence. Before the Spanish release in Barcelona on 24th October 1929, Un Chien Andalou was screened in the first International Congress of Independent Film that took place in La Sarraz, Switzerland in September 1929. Among other activities, the delegates at the Congress collectively watched a number of avant-garde films in order to illustrate what they call the independent cinema. The point here is to show that at La Sarraz, the film was taken as illustrative as in the independent film. So the organizers added a semantic layer to the film that was new at the time. Thus, the film proved to be adaptable enough to be read as part of the independent film culture and as an avant-garde film. As noted by Palmira González, Dalí published a provocative presentation in the journal Mirador for the screening of Un Chien Andalou in Barcelona. The painter referred to the success the film had enjoyed in Paris as something he and Buñuel disliked very much, since they saw it as an example of the snobism of the bourgeois audience, interested in anything that seemed new or strange as consequence of the taste shaped by the avant-garde journals and publications. On the contrary, he pointed out that the only important recognition for them regarding the film were two: the speech Eisenstein gave in La Sarraz and the presumed agreement they signed with the republics of the Soviet Union for its circulation and distribution. Beyond the reality of the supposed agreement and the veracity of the interest Eisenstein had or showed in the film, the confluence between communist ideals and artistic cinematic language proudly advertised by Dalí, associated with Un Chien Andalou, added a semantic layer to the film in its circulatory process. From a cultural transfer perspective, when the first film premiered in Paris, it was already considered a surrealist film by the authors. The first reception of the film was not violent, even if Buñuel expected a different outcome, and nor was the film associated with communist values. But in Madrid, the screening of the film was tumultuous. It was screened after La Chute de la Maison Usher, and La Fille de l'Eau was supposed to follow, but it was impossible to screen anything after the two films. A Spanish journalist wrote for La Gaceta Literaria about the Parisian reception of Un Chien Andalou. The journalist, Eugenio Montes, highlighted the Spanish talent with its noticed Un Chien Andalou and its imaginary was partly created as a result of the Residencia de Estudiantes creative environment that Dalí and Buñuel shared with many other Spanish artists, writers, poets of that time, living there or that gathered around La Residencia de Estudiantes. As many have noticed, the concept of lo putrefacto placed in the film can be traced to the creative group around La Residencia de Estudiantes and is associated with Spanish culture. In those countries where the film was shown close to its French and the Spanish premieres, the reaction follows a typical pattern, as can be seen in the case of the Netherlands. The film was screened on 28 and 29 November 1929 in a program by the Dutch Filmliga. After the premiere, the film was therefore taken off the program in the other local chapters of the Filmliga, to which the program was to circulate. And it gave rise to a brief controversy in the pages of the magazine of the Film Society. For the Comité, Henrik Scholten writes a scathing critique of the film, which characterizes the film as wanting at all costs to cause a scandal. I'm quoting, "This is not about pornography, only about a bad film made by a powerless epigon with preconceived meaning, stupefied by an esoteric mystery and stemming from an inferior mind, unveiled with ostentatious complacency." End quote. Now I'm going to talk briefly about the Latin American circulation. The violent reactions, sorry for my slides because they are not like very nice or something, just a bit support. The violent reactions that the film provoked in Madrid was similar in another very different context, Buenos Aires. Guillermo de Torre from Buenos Aires in 1929 for La Gaceta Literaria mentioned the incident. Among the programmed films during the first season of Cineclub de Buenos Aires in 1929, the only pure avant-garde films, as considered by Guillermo de Torre, were L'Étoile de Mer and Un Chien Andalou. This latter film caused a certain scandal. This is a quotation too. Un Chien Andalou was screened in Buenos Aires on 7th August 1929 for the first time and on 6th August 1929. Both screenings were organized by the Buenos Aires Film Club, an association founded by the Amigos del Arte. Un Chien Andalou was part of a program of avant-garde cinema presented by Benjamin Fondant, the Romanian philosopher and artist who was invited by Victoria Ocampo to Buenos Aires. Ocampo was instrumental in bringing the films to Argentina. Fondant presented at Amigos del Arte the films he brought from Paris, Un Chien Andalou, L'Étoile de Mer, Entr'acte, and film fragments of La Coquille et le Clergyman, Le Cabaret Épileptique, and La Perle. Fondant entitled this presentation as Presentation of Film Pures, homage to Victoria Ocampo. Ocampo acted as a go-between, an indispensable link that nevertheless is largely forgotten in official histories. It is often women that perform the labor of building connections, yet they do only appear at the margins, if at all. As Guillermo de Torre would says in La Gaceta Literaria, at least some people who attended the screenings felt offended by the language of the avant-garde film, or maybe because of the film's erotic imprint. The journalist of La Nación, conservative newspaper, described the aesthetic form as arbitrary, repugnant, confusing, and sickening, while the set of images for him was meaningless and aimless. The second screenings report was even worse. It is entitled as The Avant-Garde Films Lack Any Value, and subtitled, The films do not have any ingenuity and are made by already spent resources. The journalist dedicated a few words to Un Chien Andalou that for him was an example of rude sensuality, sick paroxysm, and without any artistic value. As Gonzalo Aguilar believes, maybe the public was not used to this avant-garde cinema with its erotic undertones and its non-narrative focus, as opposed to most films the audience in Buenos Aires habitually enjoyed in cinemas at that time. However, I believe that this could have just been a part of the audience, since for the cycle of artists who were close to Amigos del Arte, the films screened in the pure avant-garde session should not have had the same effect. Artists and intellectuals close to Amigos del Arte would maintain contact with Fondant. The two key notions highlighted during the reception of in Buenos Aires were cinema pure and scandalous. Other adjectives that were also attached to the film at that time were not mentioned in the Argentinian circulation of the film, such as Spanish, surrealist, violent, or communist, the ones added before. The scandal label was added after the Argentinian release and accompanied by the erotic label too. Nevertheless, the Cinema Pure Association came from the elitist and intellectual group of the Amigos del Arte Association, while the popular press attached the scandalous adjective. The Scandal Association attached to the film lasted many years and had its origin in different places. At the occasion of the Dutch premiere in 1929, for example, we find a caricature entitled Un Chien Scandalou, referring to a scandal the film provoked among the public who attended the first screenings. Today, the film is not considered obscene, but provocative. Un Chien Andalou premiered on 17th May 1938 in Mexico, almost a decade after the Argentinian premiere, and was part of the first program of 35mm cinema, a film club run by Lola Alvarez Bravo and others. Unlike the Argentinian case, in Mexico, no one considered the film an example of pure cinema, even if André Breton itself presented the film. In return, sensuality, cruelty, and erotism were mentioned by Xavier Villaurrutia, who applauded the film in the popular press. On the contrary, Efraín Huerta, who disliked the film, said in the popular press too that the film was annoying. Villaurrutia's comments in its turn may be an argument to consider the scandal label as an impulse to broaden the circulation of the film. The promise of sexual scandal could be a way to attract audiences to the screenings. I'm going to change the light just for you to enjoy a little bit more. In any case, Un Chien Andalou work as a boundary object, as Susa Lake Star understands it, between the Argentinian and the Mexican frameworks of reception, since the actors who took part of the circulation networks did not reach consensus on the meaning of the film, or at least to reach a moment of cooperation. As soon as I refer to the circulation of a film and we want to explore how and why it could, this one, how and why it could circulate or stop its circulation through specific networks, cooperation is a feature necessary to explore since it is needed in order to maintain a network of circulation. Nodes have to share something to keep in contact. Lake Star's cooperation without consensus is crucial here because it helps to understand the functioning of at least some elements of the network. Now I'm going through the conclusion. So as we have seen after retracing the circulatory networks of the film avant-garde, it was an elite of intellectuals and artists that was interested in watching Un Chien Andalou, something we can see in Europe and the Americas too. The examples we have explored in Europe are Madrid with the Cineclub Español, Barcelona with Sessions Mirador, a film club, Paris with the Surrealist Group and the specialized venues, Le Vieux Colombier, Studio 27 and Les Ursulines, and the Netherlands with the Film Liga. Similar structural developments are visible in the Americas, where the film circulated through film club networks, as we have seen in Buenos Aires with the Buenos Aires Film Club and the Amigos del Arte Association, and in Mexico with the 35mm cinema. But it also happened in Uruguay with the film club Cine Universitario that premiered the film sometime in 1950, between 1950 and 1951, and with the Cineclub de Uruguay that screened it in 1951. Another interesting case study to potentially explore could be Brazil, where the film was premiered during the 60s in Cineteca do MAM, Museum of Modern Art. These elite groups were not just important from a national point of view, as we can read in national cinema histories, but also from a transnational perspective. In this respect, we can retrace the transnational relations the actors who participated in film clubs had in order to understand how they were key in the building of artistic modernity. They enable circulation of ideas, practices, or cultural goods, giving impulses to creative changes and fostering transnational creative environments. This way, I would like to argue that the film club had transnational connections that enabled them to play an important role in the building of Western modernity. The human actors who participated in those networks had similar profiles. They were intellectuals and artists. They built the mechanics of the networks that they were part of, allowing the circulation of avant-garde films and taking an active role in the cultural transfer process through which films were labeled with specific designations. The other way around, actors and actants were also impelled by the agency of the avant-garde films to act or perform according to them, attending or participating in film screenings. In this sense, films as actors carried with them the accumulated semantic labels from the circulation processes, impelling by their agency other actors or actants to perform according to those labels. Just to remind you of the key notions. Moreover, as boundary objects, avant-garde films allowed transnational connections between different networks of actors and actants, as the Spanish, French, Dutch, Mexican, or Argentinian in our case studies, tracing a global avant-garde film network. After nearly a century of circulation, Un Chien Andalou is firmly established as an important part of cinema history. We can safely claim that it was the immutable form of an avant-garde film that allowed mobility across time and the space and assured circulation among film societies networks. scholars have not approached the reception of films from a transnational perspective centered on connectivity. When these connections have been studied, what has been considered was a bilateral relation, such as Spain-Argentina, Spain-Mexico, France-Argentina, but the focus has not been located in multilateral connection like Spain, France, Argentina, Mexico. This multilateral connection proved to be a fruitful tool in order to analyze circulation, since it has shown how the cultural transfer process works broadly and how those transnational networks were built. From this wide point of view, we have been able to trace where a label was tagged to a film, which agencies boosted this action, and furthermore, how the meaning-making process of the film was affected during its circulation. In theoretical terms, the main idea I had explored for the presentation was the tension between the ontology of the object, avant-garde film, seemingly immutable, and the epistemology of the object that undergoes a re-semantization process during the transnational circulation. For this purpose, we, Malte Hagener and I, proposed the terms boundary objects developed by Susan Lake Starr and immutable mobiles proposed by Bruno Latour for approaching the ontology of the objects. Therefore, our discussion were based on the hypothesis that neither the ontology of the object is rigid enough from a structural point of view to be used, comprehended, approached, or analyzed by just one group of people with the same interest, nor too disorganized to be unrecognizable by different groups of people with a diversity of interest and located in different contexts. Its interpretative flexibility allows the possibility of achieving cooperation without consensus among different groups, such as audiences, distributors, producers, censors, and others. Meanwhile, their immutable structure allows for mobility because it is plastic while consistent, ready to adapt to different local needs, while still providing stability as an artistic work. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ainamar, for first place sticking very well to the time frame, and in the second place, more important, of course, bringing a fresh perspective on a legendary avant-garde film by focusing on the international circulation. I now give the floor to Michele Fada and Costanza Salvi. Michele is at the University of Bologna and Costanza is at the University of Saragossa. You have the floor.
This is working. Okay, good morning, everybody. And many thanks for attending to an early morning panel. And many thanks to the organizers. I can't see anyone here. No. For having us in a conference of great interest, in spite of the fact that we are here feeling, in a certain extent, as outsiders. Our researches, in fact, do not exactly fit in what is being proposed by other colleagues gathered in Rome today, since our approach to cinema is mainly cultural. And then it is with this fundamental premise, fundamental in my opinion, that we deliver our paper today, emphasizing our desire to suggest a tentative methodology, as the title shows, trying to integrate our experience as cultural historians with the new researches of the so-called new cinema history. As cultural historians, we are interested in revising some well-established position in the field of film history in light of new approaches coming from the new cinema history. We ask ourselves how a culturalist approach to also film contents could help us to better understand the concrete experience of a spectator that is geographically and historically located, in order to offer wider and richer analysis of the cultural reception of a text. The methodology we are proposing today allows us a double-fold focus, a focus that simultaneously implies large distance and close vicinity, and is able to insert micro-histories into a wider historical reflection. I think this is very important, allowing us to emphasize not only the multidisciplinary approach that has always been part of the tradition of the cultural studies, but also to operate some kind of border crossing between apparently impermeable disciplines. Our research, as often consists, as our main stance, of course, as often consists in applying to the classical Hollywood cinema history patterns offered by the North American studies. We born as Americanists, and then we became film historian. I'm speaking about myself above all. Patterns offered by the North American studies to interrogate identity models that belong to the American culture in general. Still, in the last few years, we moved our focus to the global transmission of American film culture and American culture in general, at the levels of both representations and circulations, in the relationship between the United States and the rest of the world, aware, I think this is the point, that the transnational aspects of Hollywood do not automatically exclude the national identity models. Okay, the slide is here. As Deborah Shaw argues in one of her several essays on transnational cinema and transnational culture, as you know, Deborah Shaw is a very important scholar on this field of studies. As Deborah Shaw argues, all films are and I quote, all films are to a degree national, and there does not to have to be conflict between national identities and storytelling at the heart of the cinema, even if we take on board all the nuances and questioning of the transnational critical approaches have brought, end quote. In this light, the new cinema history had the merit to avoid cultural readings too much focused on film content and above all on textual interpretation, disregarding real dynamics of everyday consumption. And as Richard Maltby points out, and I quote again, okay, when this zeitgeist analysis of individual films aggregates into the study of filmic phenomena, history of genres, authors, or national cinema, the result is a series of compartmentalized thematic accounts, largely detached from the circumstances of their consumption, and yet heavily dependent for their significance on the assumption that this textual encoding would have had some kind of social or cultural effect. And I totally agree with this opinion, but in our view, nonetheless, this argument cannot fully refuse the need of textual analysis, showing the complexity of use of American cinema, of American films, the ambiguity, will underline these things, the ambiguity of American films. and its capacity to manifest polyvalent and multilayered meanings, attesting to Hollywood's preeminent interest in producing movies designed for smooth and transnational adaptability. And this is even more significant in light of the fact that we want to explore the recontextualization of American imaginary spaces happening abroad. As Ann Cooper and Russell Meath, I hope it's I pronounced the name, and I don't know exactly to pronounce it, argue on their book on Hollywood and the world. All the films, I quote again, negotiate the shifting historical context of internationalization, offering far more complex narrative of transnational exchange than is typically acknowledged in classical Hollywood movies. End quote. This premise is evident in the corpus of film analyzed in the doctoral research of Costanza Salvi. She's doing this research at the University of Saragossa, not in Bologna, with Professor Celestino De Leito. He's an authority on the theme of the border in transnational cinema. I was saying this premise is evident in the corpus of film analyzed in the doctoral research of Costanza, exploring the production of Westerns set close to the border in what can be defined as a south of the border and west subgenre. In this case studies, a peculiar definition of border identity or reality between the United States and Mexico is not only revising ideological values identifiable with a certain rhetoric of national identity activated by this truly American genre, but the notion of border identity gives shapes to the heterogeneous and contradictory space of social and cultural transnational exchanges in terms of representation, cultural consumption, and social experience. That's why the notion of border or borderland in this light is pivotal. Since the 90s, many authors have outlined the theoretical framework of the notion of border. In 1997, for instance, Bowden Van Schendel emphasized the paradoxical character, and underline it, of borderlands. These authors argue that if boundaries create political distinction and economic divisions, they simultaneously imply the existence of, I quote, new networks and system of interaction, end quote. Interaction. Social activities often work against the political system, a process whereby the boundary ceases to be tight-fitting to appear paradoxically fluid, constantly shifting in position and forces. In 2011, Cooper and Ramford analyzed the border in light of the concept of cosmopolitanism. They argued that instead of a mechanism of control imposed by political agency and government sovereignty, borders should be considered as social and cultural processes whose polysemic qualities, in their words, imply constant mobility, evolution, and negotiation. Their bottom-up approach is interested in highlighting these processes, making the border appear as a gateway and a tilting point, a contact zone that contain connective potential more than contrastive elements. The article introduced a new perspective in which the border is not the line imposed by organized forces and structures of power, but a broad area that is given back to people who inhabit that place. So moving toward the specific situation of the US-Mexican borderland, Spencer and Stout argue that if processes of rebordering are always performed, think about Operation Wetback 1974, Operation Gatekeeper, 1994, Operation Streamline. Contrasting activities and organization work toward processes of deboarding on both sides. In sum, to many Mexican and North Americans, the border is not a dividing line, but a place of cross-cultural networks that exercise their agency to turn the border apparent impermeability into fluid connectivity produced by concrete social cultural practice. Costanza, the mic is yours.
Okay. So I want to now briefly introduce the idea of the southwestern border in the historical context of the frontier thesis. The historical and ideological values of the frontier found in Hollywood Western, as we all know, their most conventional and familiar definition. My intention is to understand how the emergence of cultural discourses about the US-Mexico border in the political debate of the screen or in the social debate of the screen changed those established tropes and values, as well as our perception of the Hollywood products, retrospectively in a way. So to give you some historical coordinates, we could start with one of the first historians interested in studying the southwestern border. In 1921, so almost 30 years after Turner's paper, The Significance of the Frontier in American History, which dated 1893, an admiring pupil, Herbert Eugene Bolton, underlined Spanish and Mexican historical events to expand the analysis offered by Turner. In 21, as I said, he published The Spanish Borderlands, a chronicle of all Florida and the Southwest, a volume that did not have a significant influence on the American historiography, since Bolton tended to focus on events linked to the people of Spanish origin, and instead of those of Mexican origin. And contrary to Turner, he emphasized elites over common folk. Still, he was the first to introduce a Southwestern perspective. In the late 60s and 70s, Chicano historians such as Rodolfo Acuña and others began to highlight the history of the people of Mexican origin, stressing the political imposition of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that in 1848, after the Mexican-American War, located the border at the Rio Grande, forcing Mexicans living in the territory that was originally Mexico, made up by present-day Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, to become US citizens. Historian Patricia Limerick recently offered an overview of how the study of the West changed with the introduction of a Southwestern perspective. She outlines a parallel between the concept of the Western frontier and that of the Southwestern border. Today, the frontier is still a symbol of promise and progress, a concept that has acquired broad connection to many other contexts, from left-wing political views to right-wing political views, from lifestyles to medical science, but is still recognized worldwide as a synonym of opportunity and freedom, and linked to a sort of toxic ethnocentrism and nationalistic self-congratulation, quote unquote, which are also the issues raised in several culturalist analyses of Westerns. As this slide shows, the Southwestern border represents, in Limerick's opinion, a transnational counterpoint to the frontier epic. First, this borderland is less a fantasy than bare reality, an open issue without easy solutions. Second, while the frontier, especially in Turner's view, was a hymn to new opportunities, to a land built on promise and hope, a common folk and pristine lives, the US-Mexico border is much closely linked to the European idea of border, in which two nations confront each other and compete for control of the local resources. If Turner honors the victorious conclusion of a historical cycle that must be reproduced over and over again, Limerick shows the contemporary borderland as an unrecovered trauma, a wound that risks remaining open. Albeit often discussed, not always accepted, the new Western theory introduced by Limerick worked for a revision of the concept of the frontier based on precise points, an emphasis on concrete geographical spaces and reality, a rejection of nationalism and ethnocentrism embedded in the concept of the frontier epic, and a refusal of the idea of progress and linear chronologies. Many other historians moved toward this direction. For instance, Greg Grandin argued that in this book, the frontier with its constant fleeing forward has always served as a safety valve to release indignation and riots against domestic problems such as racism and inequality. On the other hand, national anxiety over borders seems to be the catalyst of social phobia, a symptom of troubles hunting US citizens from within. In his volume, Grandin proposes to interpret each of these two notions in light of the other, with an overarching aim of promoting fluid notion of national identity. I need to go a little bit further. Okay, so many other cultural historians, Gloria Anzaldúa with her psychological interpretation of La Frontera, or José Limón with his reading of A Greater Mexico as an imagined border community, revised the essentialist notion of national identity through the concept of border. And I'm trying to conclude. So the fluid notion of belonging, the cultural historians and artists have elaborated through the notion of La Frontera has found, in my view, full development in the new cinema history, or in the work of historians interested in exploring the practices of moviegoing and reception along the border. In offering close-ups on small life details and micro-histories of border audiences, their perspective allows us, cultural historians, to question, among other things, the imperialist vision that Western as a cinematic genre usually imply. In focusing the analysis on transnational perception and social practices produced by border audiences, they offer an alternative to a binary and, to a certain extent, unproblematic model of domination and resistance, promoting an idea of unity in diversity and cross-fertilization, which means a dialogue between the two from and to both sides. In particular, Laura Isabel Serna calls for a less confined definition of national cinema, focusing on exhibition practices, movie-going, and fan cultures that are the idea of border identity writ large. Serna argues that instead of a deliberate form of resistance against the Yankee invasion, film culture in Mexico, and she means newspapers and cinema magazines, for instance, used the exhibition and consumption of Hollywood films at the US-Mexico border within a national agenda that wished to present moviegoing not as evidence of the North American cultural imperialism, but as a mark of Mexico's modernity. It was obviously alternative modernity, a modernization on their own terms, in which values and beliefs had to be carefully selected and negotiated. Evidence of this negotiation is also in Lozano's analysis of the interviews gathered in Laredo in 2017, which demonstrates the pivotal role of motion pictures' popularity in shaping community life. Audiences in Laredo cited John Wayne as much as they remembered Pedro Infante, Jorge Negrete, and Cantinflas. Many cherished vivid memories of the Singing Cowboy series with Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, together with La Comedia Ranchera. Every single spectator produced a personal history of cinema in a web of connections between personal and collective memories in which a fluid concept of border identity finds its most exemplary representation. I'm not sure that I can. Anyway, in his interesting volume, Heroes of the Borderlands, Conway analyzes Mexican Western as a transnational object that blends the national identity of Mexico, its culture, sensibility, and folk heroes, with US TV programs and movie pictures highly popular in Mexico in the 50s, such as The Cisco Kid, The Lone Ranger, known as El Lanero Solitario, Gunsmoke, and many others. The inter-American relationship emerging from these products is often contradictory, demonstrating hierarchical relationship emerging from these products, or attesting to a Mexican effort to invert US Western tropes and values and adapt them to a different identity, ideology, or sensibility. However, the popularity of the Mexican version of US cowboys, the iconic charro, a ragged horseman and a gunfighter, simultaneously identified with noble resistance and lethal criminality, is evidence of a desire to reproduce US Western formulas prevalent south of the border. So inversions coexist with reproductions. I think I need to, okay, so just the final remark. Cultural studies do not usually privilege audience practices over film content, I know. However, and this is our proposal of a tentative methodology, the reception still remains a pivotal element in understanding the richness of a film culture, not simply based on the film itself, but on its cross-border circulation, together with the circulation of fan culture, film culture, and with the circulation of people. By emphasizing sensibility and values of Mexican audiences along the border, we can challenge the thesis of the US cultural imperialism, framing the exchange between North and South as a constant form of storytelling or a dialogue between the two, that at times inverts US Western formulas, at other times reproduces them, attesting to heterogeneity and unpredictability of audience responses, often coming out in conflict with scholars' assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michele and Constanza, for your fascinating view on the border issues and the Hollywood Western. I was indeed thinking of the work of José Carlos Lozano, who presented yesterday as a direct reference. Just one detail, Michele, we had one of the two coordinators of HoMER in the room when you said you were looking for the organizers. And we now have, now we have the two local organizers as well. So we are now going fully online with Isabella Regina Oliveira Goulart from the Centro Universitario FMU FIAM-FAM. One of these abbreviations stands for Centro and correct me if I'm wrong, Isabella, Centro Universitario das Facultades Metropolitanas Unidas. Isabella is going to talk about Lost in Translation, Hollywood's Spanish versions exhibited in Brazil, 1930-1935. Isabella, if all goes well, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me at the HoMER conference for the second time. I'm so sorry. I don't know what is happening, but my camera is not working this morning.
Can you share? Do you have? Sorry to interrupt you.
I will share my screen.
Okay,
I
thank you.
will share my presentation. Okay, can you see my presentation? Let's see how to. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it better now because I don't know if you're seeing the presentation, but just the, okay. Let me see. Okay, now it's better, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so there is a photo of myself, so you can see me a little bit because my camera is not working. So for this presentation, I'm revisiting my PhD thesis that I finished in 2018, and the previous presentation was brilliant, so I have new thoughts now. So the first years of sound cinema were a period of transition as Hollywood negotiated with its audience in order to sell synchronized sound. Ginette Van Sandeau highlights that movies were no longer automatically exportable, but that instead the US film industry produced the films in multiple languages. The multiple language versions catered to countries that didn't speak English, as well as to national and ethnic groups inside the US. In the early 1930s, hundreds of Spanish language versions were distributed in the US, in Europe, and in Latin America. Latin American countries were a large market for Hollywood. In addition, film producers believed that Brazil, a Portuguese-speaking country, would consume films in a second language, Spanish. Between 1930 and 1935, the Brazilian print media at Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo commented some of this Hollywood Spanish language production. Latin American audiences came to an agreement with Hollywood after the disputes regarding the representation of their cultures and languages on screen, as well as regarding which language they would accept to hear in the talking films. The Spanish versions were a particular moment of this negotiation. On one side of the table were the Hollywood producers, and on the other hand, the Latin American audiences influenced by the already established cinematic production values. The producers made an offer providing film versions in Spanish language and representations of Latinidad. However, the Latin American countries rejected the versions, if not the whole audience, at least some cultural elite groups within those countries. Film critics prefer
sorry to interrupt you. Is
okay.
it we don't see any other slides?
Yeah. I didn't change the slides yet.
Okay. No, I thought you were sharing a PowerPoint.
But I'll do that now because I'm starting to talk about the numbers of the version.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So film critics prefer the original English language films, alleging a perceived lack of quality of the Spanish versions and identity issues. The movie quality standards to which film critics referred were aligned to the aesthetic standards of Hollywood narrative film, by which Latin American audiences had been educated since the silent film era. They included movie stars, a certain type of mise-en-scène, and the level of technique of big budget films. The Spanish language versions had lower budgets and a less refined technique. Also, Hollywood's famous white stars were replaced by Latino lookalikes. Facing the rejection of the Spanish versions in Latin America, the result was, within a short time, the assertion of the definitive exportation of English language films when the dubbing technology improved. So Ron Heinick and Robert Dixon list 160 feature films in Spanish language produced by Hollywood and released between 1929 and 1935. 114 of them were released between 1929 and 1931. Although in my PhD thesis, I have listed some original productions shot in Spanish up the mid-1930s, the focus of the research are the film versions, that is, Spanish language films adapted from an English language movie. The peak of the Spanish versions was in 1930 and 1931. According to John King, based on Heinick and Dixon's listing, 63 Spanish versions were released in 1930 and 48 in 1931, whereas between 1932 and 1939, Heinick and Dixon list a total of 161 films. That is to say, about 40% of the Spanish language Hollywood film production was released in 1930 and 1931. The historiography of the Hollywood output in Spanish language has not focused on the case of Brazil. So I seek to make a new approach between this historiography and new data research. The main sources of this study are the magazines Cinearte and A Cena Muda, and newspapers Correio da Manhã and O Estado de São Paulo. So between 1930 and 1935, they mentioned 39 Spanish versions. 2 of them were produced in 1929, 31 in 1930, 4 in 1931, and 2 in 1932. According to the local press, 22 Spanish versions were released in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. Most of them screened in the movie theaters in 1930, 1931, 11 in 1930, and 8 in 1931. Although these films were also screened in the subsequent years, only one version was released in 1932, La Mujer X from MGM, one in 1933, El Último Varón sobre la Tierra from Fox, and one in 1935, Los Calaveras from Hal Road Studios for MGM. As Lisa Harvey has observed, Hollywood studios choose to produce multiple language versions of stories that could be mostly shot in interior scenes using the original sets of the English language movies or in which dialogue prevailed over action. Also, my research was able to identify the main studios that engage in the production of the Spanish versions mentioned by the media or circulating in the movie theaters of Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, as well as some criteria such as the kind of stories and cinematic genres. I've also tried to highlight the directors, screenwriters, producers, actors, and actresses who worked on these films. Starting from 1929 with Sombras de Gloria, the Spanish language version of Blaze of Glory made by Sonoart, and the first bilingual English-Spanish production, some of these movies articulated conservative values involving women, family, and love. So let's take the example of Dracula, directed by George Melford and Enrique Tovar Avalos for Universal Pictures. It was released in Cuba, Spain, Mexico, Argentina, but not in Brazil, although it was mentioned at least by the magazine Cinelandia and the newspaper Correio da Manhã in 1931. Furthermore, it is the most notorious Spanish version and one of the few that survived to be analyzed. In the film, Eva, the aristocratic Latino leading lady, played by the Mexican actress Lupita Tovar, is naturally seductive, delicate, and combines sexual appeal with discretion. The male characters. In the English language film, directed by Todd Browning, a more restrained sensuality is hinted at, although it's nevertheless present. Mina, played by the American actress Helen Chandler, like Eva, turns into a different woman, to quote the words of her fiancé, John Harker, after having been bit by the vampire. However, Mina is a moral victim of Dracula. Eva, on the other hand, exudes a natural magnetism that draws the male characters within frame towards herself. Regarding the mise-en-scène, Mina keeps men at a certain distance of her scenes, and her bodily movements are more restrained. There is less physical contact between Mina and the other characters than in Eva's shots. Eva is a markedly more seductive woman than Mina, a fact that manifests her ethnic mark in the terms of Hollywood narrative values. Her narrative arc oscillates between two types: the virginal dark lady, that is a kind of female Latin lover, and the harlot. When Mina and Eva are beat by the vampire, their behavior unsettles their respective fiancé. Eva, however, gains a sexual appetite that comes to the point of scaring Juan, who, following a typical bourgeois instinct, responds by repressing her. Although methodologically my study recurred to the Latino stereotypes identified by Charles Ramirez Berg, it is important to notice that he defines the stereotypes in classical Hollywood cinema opposing the Latinos to the white actors in the main roles. It is thus possible to say that the characters of the Spanish versions possess some of the aspects of the stereotypes described by Berg, although in the beginning of the 1930s, the representations of Latinidad was still being established on Hollywood screen. Based on the synopsis of the Spanish language versions listed in my work, it is possible to assume that a great part of the films transit between aspects that resemble the harlot and the dark lady. As one cannot forget the ethnic component of the Spanish versions, maybe it is possible to conclude that the harlot type is redeemed to a dark lady in order to return the balance of the bourgeois status quo in the films which features Latino casts. There are some recurring plots in many synopses mentioned by the Brazilian press, such as the mother figure who sacrifices herself in respect of the moral imperative in Sombras de Gloria from Sono Art, or Wu Li Chang from MGM, or the mother who leaves her family's legitimacy and then sacrifices herself in order to be redeemed in La Mujer X from MGM, the virtuous woman who is rewarded with love in La Chama Sagrada or Sevilla de Mis Amores from MGM, and the libertine who brings misfortune in El Código Penal from Colombia or La Fiesta del Diablo from Paramount. Other frequent subjects were those of morality values strongly associated to marriage, control over female sexuality, narrative punishment for the sinful woman, and the recovery of family and marriage life in a happy ending. Those subjects are exemplified in the synopsis of La Fuerza del Querer from James Cruz Productions and Paramount, Del Mismo Barro from Fox, Doña Mentiras, Cascarrabias, and El Secreto del Doctor from Paramount, El Hombre Malo from Warner, and Dracula from Universal. This view of gender, family, women, and love, which conveys the implicit idea of a natural order, was a part of the negotiation of Latinidad that Hollywood proposed to the audiences in the Spanish language versions. In fact, this polarized gender moral view was not new, but traditional melodramatic themes present in films since the early cinema, as well as in other media such as the theater. However, they were embodied by Latino actors speaking Spanish on screen, as the Spaniards Carlos Villarias, Antonio Moreno, Luana Alcañiz, and Conchita Montenegro, the Chilean Tito Davidson, and the Argentinian Barry Norton, to name some of the actors featured in the Spanish language films mentioned in the Brazilian press. The mere fact that a number of Spanish versions circulated in Brazil, a Portuguese-speaking country, indicates that Hollywood producers grouped different Latin American countries together, thus manifesting a lack of awareness of their diversity. Furthermore, as it is possible to see in Dracula, at the same time that eroticism was added to the versions, the moral values of a bourgeois norm were in control of the narrative, despite they were not represented by the moral rectitude of the white hero and neither by the romantic plot on screen. No Latino producers were identified among the ones who worked in the Spanish versions to elaborate more complex images of Latinidad, so they had no power in representing themselves on screen. On July 16th, 1930, an editorial in the Brazilian film magazine Cinearte featured a rated realistic reading of the circumstances of the markets and a criticism of the distribution of Spanish language versions in Brazil. It is this test that is in the screen, and now I don't know how much time I have, so I'll let the test on screen and I'll continue my presentation. So this excerpt in the screen reveals an awareness of Hollywood cinema as a large-scale economy aiming for the expansion of its profits and markets above all, and of Latin America as a territory whose actual diversity was not in Hollywood's interest to represent. At the same time, the reception of a certain idea of what was the Latin Americans has prompted a reaction in the pages of the magazine, which involved a degree of non-endorsement with the comparison to other Latin American countries. Also, the preference of the magazines Cinearte and A Cena Muda for the English-spoken movies stemmed from the struggle to understand the Spanish language and from what they perceived as inferior production values concerning the cast and the film's style. At many times in history, the Brazilian cultural elite engaged in the film market saw itself as having more cultural affinities with the US than with the rest of Latin America. The reception of the Spanish versions emphasized the feeling that Brazil did not fit into the Latinidad made in Hollywood, as well as the lack of identification with a Latin Americanist feeling. In this sense, the magazines were also uninterested in discussing how the Latinidad could be settled on screen in more complex or nuanced ways that might reflect the diversity of Latin America. To conclude, it is important to say that the criticism to the Spanish versions was not unanimous. The newspapers Correio da Manhã and O Estado de São Paulo mostly advertised such films without any problematization. So I hope you could understand me. I think that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isabella. You made the hybrid format work perfectly. We go to our final speaker, and I'm sorry. A live presentation by Adam Bernstein from UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, entitled "An Actor Cannot Eat His Ideals: Black American Critics and the English Films of Paul Robeson." Adam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess
Could you sorry.
Is that okay? That works. Yeah, so I just want to start by saying, I think, like Michele said, this, I think my project is also sort of at this kind of intersection between cultural studies and film history, and I just, want to thank you for kind of articulating that, because it's something I've been thinking about this whole conference. So yeah, I mean, this is part of a larger research project of mine that uses reception in the American Black press as a lens to look at the kind of intersection between pre-1960s European films that featured African American performers and contemporaneous discourses of Black international politics, broadly defined. So today I'm looking at the reception of the British-produced colonial adventure films that starred African American actor, activist, and singer Paul Robeson, kind of in light of the contemporaneous spread of Black international and anti-colonial politics in the United States, which I think reveals sort of the growing intensity of these attitudes outside maybe traditional intellectual and political spheres. So existing in the sort of nexus between discourses on stardom, representation, and Black international politics, this writing on Robeson's English colonial films kind of demonstrates a tension between what I see as a kind of then dominant idea of Europe as a cosmopolitan racial haven for Black Americans and an increasingly popular anti-colonial politics based in diasporic identification and leftist solidarity. And exploring how these critics reacted to these films, both positively and negatively, I think we see how different conceptions of Black international politics came to affect film reception. So, if discussed at all today, Robeson's kind of English colonial films are often seen as bad objects, as hymns to colonialism, that are really only notable for Robeson's kind of primarily musical presence, or as Robeson himself would frequently state in later years, they were kind of seen as maybe steps to his individual political awakening, with very little attention that's been paid to them as kind of material objects circulating the world in the 1930s. However, they were exhibited widely and provoked strong reactions both among those who saw them as insidious colonial propaganda and those who celebrated them as milestones in the screen representation of strong Black masculinity. These two dominant but not all-encompassing responses to Robeson's international films each required their own conceptualization of Black internationalism, one cosmopolitan and liberal, and the other based in a leftist understanding of political economy, thus embodying an international extension of what Anna Everett, in her pivotal History of African American Film Criticism, describes as a 1930s split between liberal accommodationists and radical critics. Accommodationists sought reform within Hollywood, thus seeing in European cinema, as well as the cosmopolitan experiences of Black intellectuals and artists on the continent, a less anti-Black model that could guide Hollywood on the path to integration. Radical critics instead rejected mainstream Hollywood film and its European counterparts entirely. So kind of beyond the attendant political concerns, I've also focused on Robeson because his work received much wider distribution in the US than the European films of other Black expatriates, such as Josephine Baker or Waylon Rudd, thus engendering just more responses. The films I'm looking at today, Sanders at the River and Song of Freedom, the first two films he made in England, both received near national distribution, excepting the American South, of course, and circulated through second run theaters in Harlem and other large Black communities for many years afterwards. Within these reviews, I see a conflict between celebrating the opportunities available to Black actors abroad, while also engaging colonialist formations of anti-Blackness present in the films. Some celebrated these releases for featuring roles that were different from, if in hindsight maybe not better than, the typical character types available in Hollywood at the time. And then Europe's status as a racial haven in the Black American imaginary, supported by the mediated experiences of expatriate Black public figures, allowed for a wider range of responses when the films first crossed the Atlantic. These kind of early 1930s articles really embody this belief, with any kind of mention, with basically no mention of like the colonial or the fetishistic aspects of kind of contemporary negrophilia, ignored really in favor of this kind of idea of Europe as a place where people of African descent received opportunities in line with their abilities, which really came to inform the opinions of those whose kind of liberal optimism allowed them to ignore the chasm between Europe's treatment of Black Americans and of colonial subjects. Significantly, this period did see a real rise in the popularity of Black internationalist politics. Due to the pressing need to resist violence at home during slavery and the Jim Crow period, diasporic and anti-colonial politics were not always a part of popular Black political thought in the US. But their importance evolved significantly during the interwar years, which saw mass movements led by kind of different groups ranging from like Pan-African Black nationalists like Marcus Garvey's UNIA to, on the left, the communist-affiliated African Blood Brotherhood. In 1935, buoyed by the International Campaign to Free the Scottsboro Boys, Black leftists, liberals, and nationalists came together to protest Italy's invasion of Ethiopia, which Robeson called a watershed for Black American consciousness that exposed the parallels between Black American interests and those of oppressed peoples abroad. This moment was a precursor to later kind of mass anti-colonial movements in the post-war era and really kind of influenced Black American thought on colonialism and images of colonialism. As well as fascism. And so, in looking at like African-American reviews of earlier films that had sort of colonial themes, jungle adventure films, things like that, there's not this real kind of significant condemnation of the films on this sort of international perspective. But by the time Sanders the River appeared on US screens in the second half of 1935, just as the conflict in Ethiopia began, things really changed. And so, beyond the moral arguments against the war, kind of other influences, on these arguments were the experiences of Black radicals in kind of Central and Eastern Europe at the time, which did lead to this very common understanding of the relationship between international capital and anti-Blackness, one mediated to Black publics through the extensive press coverage given to anti-capitalist and anti-colonial activists in Eurasia, and then recirculated alongside the distribution of films featuring kind of cinematic avatars of Black internationalism, such as Robeson. So in moving on to his first British film, Sanders the River, directed by Zoltan Korda, in it, Robeson plays Basambo, a Liberian prisoner turned tribal chief in Nigeria. He serves as an ally and intermediary for Sanders, the fair and peaceful English district commissioner. When Sanders takes the lead, another chief, King Molafaba, pictured on the right, attempts to take over the area, killing colonists and kidnapping Basambo's wife, Lolongo, who was played by fellow African-American actress and expat Nina Mae McKinney. So eventually Sanders returns and teams with Basambo to restore order and kill Molafaba. And then, containing documentary footage shot in Africa, a cast of hundreds of African extras that included Robeson's friends like Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya. It really kind of came with these promises of, this expectation, at least, that it would present a fair and realistic portrait of African life, as much as that could be defined as one thing at the time. And so most accounts agree that Robeson took the role because it offered a chance to connect to his roots, and he thought it was a way to kind of portray Africans as human beings in a new popular medium. But, as seen here in an image that also really indicates the connections between the press discussions of Sanders and the ongoing events of Ethiopia, they're really right there on the front page at the same time. Rumors began to swirl kind of immediately that Robeson was tricked into the role, with the film changing so drastically in post-production that he stormed out of the London premiere. Even more intense paranoia infused a later Baltimore Afro-American article that speculated that Robeson's wife Islanda and the British government had conspired to trick Robeson into the role to diminish his popularity in the Soviet Union and to put his influence behind the British policy of exploiting natives. However, while Robeson did storm out of the premiere, even Paul Robeson Jr. notes that his father was aware of the film's more troubling aspects from the beginning and originally believed those drawbacks were outweighed by the opportunity to humanize African people and portray their cultures in what he understood to be an authentic manner. And so while Robeson's biographies and really kind of other histories that look at this film tend to treat the reception as very uniformly negative, this was not the case. It was not monolithic. The earliest coverage of the film in America was celebratory. Before the London premiere, the Pittsburgh Courier proclaimed the film, quote, one of the greatest achievements ever enjoyed by a member of the race. And some of the early reviews were typically positive, despite the film's very hostile reception from a lot of British critics and intellectuals. And this response kind of indicates this effective power of representation for those who placed hope in the idea of Europe as kind of this cosmopolitan haven. Those writers really favorably compared the film to Hollywood productions, which denied Black actors leading roles of any substance. The sentiment was also shared by, non-critics, by just viewers in the audience. A letter to the editor of Los Angeles's New Age Dispatch from an educator. She felt affronted and ashamed and disgusted by the roles offered to Black actors in Hollywood and cited Robeson's role in Sanders as her preferable alternative. Compared to Hollywood, many viewers were reacting positively to the absence of familiar stereotypes, which sort of reinforce this idea of Europe as, something else, and provided hope to those who believed America could be so reformed. But even when kind of acknowledging the film's failings, as most critics did, it eventually, got mostly negative reviews in the Black press. Some reviewers did still find certain aspects to praise. Cleveland Post columnist William O. Walker, for example, noted that the film was, quote, quite unlike American-made pictures, and also said that it would, quote, not go down as a great epic film or story, but it nevertheless set a new high standard in dealing with a racial subject with much that American productions could copy. Like many critics, he notes Molafaba's rebellion against the British as a key scene because he doubted whether, quote, Hollywood would permit a picture to go out showing a Negro king actually killing a high British officer and the soldiers of the king killing other whites, and also because there were, quote, no faithful servants performing bootlicking acts or other things that American producers insisted on injecting into every picture that featured African Americans in order to carry out their theory of white supremacy, end quote. And so, yeah, Molafaba's rebellion was kind of all cited on a lot of reviews as this one positive moment, as this kind of portrayal of strong Black masculinity and this moment of real, like, anti-colonial action. Nationally syndicated Hollywood columnist Faye Jackson reported with palpable glee on the shocked reactions of white Beverly Hills residents to these scenes, while even the conservative New York Ages critic felt that Molafaba was the film's star, writing that Robeson, with his matchless voice, made an imposing Uncle Tom type, but Molafaba played the part of a real man, the sort of man that should inspire the encouragement of the race off screen as well as on. But most of the reviews were still, from this point on, much more negative, not kind of finding this positive. The earliest really negative reviews appeared in the New York Amsterdam News in July 1935 when the film first appeared in New York. First, popular columnist J.A. Rogers concluded that it was beneath Robeson's talent to appear in such obvious Nordic propaganda. The next week, the Amsterdam News reprinted a critique of Robeson written by Marcus Garvey in his British magazine Black Man. Though exiled from his former operations base in Harlem, Garvey remained an influential public figure in Black international politics, and his review called Sanders, quote, vile and vicious propaganda, end quote, that along with Robeson's earlier films and stage work reinforced white supremacy and made life difficult for people of color in England. And also, we should also read this decision to reprint this review and more significantly to place it on a page just below this in-depth article on Haile Selassie's refusal to meet Mussolini's demands before the war as a further rebuke of the film's depiction of African servility from the Amsterdam News editorial staff. From then on, the negative floodgates really opened, with the film's failings often being placed at Robeson's feet, and even his defenders calling Basambo a Tom role. Detractors accused him of, quote, having prostituted his artistic talents to the British imperialist class, helping to glorify the rape of the African peoples, end quote, while also just questioning his commitment to the race. Robeson defended himself in numerous interviews, even after disowning the film, memorably telling critics that, quote, an actor cannot eat his ideals, and noting that the only way for a Black actor to turn down every potentially problematic role would be to confine himself solely to the left theater and forego any financial comfort, a choice Robeson was forced to make by the end of the 1930s. So moving on to his next colonial film, Song of Freedom. For this one, he kind of following the disappointment of Sanders the River and the way it was edited, kind of without his knowledge in post-production, he demanded more control over Song of Freedom and was granted more control than almost any actor had over any production at the time. He was ultimately pleased with the result and called it, quote, the first major film to give a true picture of many aspects of the life of the colored man in the West. And while the film does feature a colonial narrative, it is not a simplistic hymn to European superiority like Sanders, and it eventually received a warmer reception among American critics. So, loosely inspired by, or more loosely referencing Robeson's life story, Song of Freedom follows a Black opera star who discovers his royal African ancestry and returns to claim his throne. After an opening focused on the coming of the slave trade, a montage shows us the fate of a captured family of former royals through the generations until we meet Robeson's John Zinga, a singing dock worker in England, married to Ruth, again played by an American expatriate actress, this time Elizabeth Welch. After Zinga improbably becomes an opera star, a spectator hears him performing his people's ancient song of freedom, which he heard from his mother, and informs him of its origins and of the witch doctor presently controlling the populace. From here, John and Ruth decide to return on a civilizing mission, but the witch doctor attempts to have them killed, the people only relenting when John sings the song again, proving that he is their true king. John then goes to America, where he uses his singing proceeds to buy medicine and technology to bring back, thus beginning a cycle of self-sufficiency away from white influence. Black critics initially took a much more cautious approach to Song of Freedom. leading to kind of an inverse of Sanders' reception as reviews grew more positive over time. The first substantive commentary appeared in late 1936 in a widely syndicated column by the Associated Negro Press's London correspondent Rudolph Dunbar following the British premiere. He praised Robeson and Welch's performances, but critiqued the film industry for forcing Robeson into roles that insisted upon the savage ancestry bubbling below his skin. Dunbar also quotes in full a negative review by Sunday Observer critic C.A. Lejeune, who claimed to be acutely embarrassed by the sight of Robeson performing the songs of native Africa, and really, and later expressing this desire for Robeson to appear on screen, quote, in a civil capacity as a responsible citizen. So perhaps well-intentioned, maybe, Lejeune's comments illustrate the extent to which she, as a typical white English citizen, perhaps refused to really see a commonality between Robeson and Black colonial subjects. But it also represents the strategic move on Dunbar's part to put the harshest criticisms in her mouth while remaining personally ambivalent. This was not an uncommon practice, as multiple negative critiques of Sanders of the River had also kind of quoted extensive reviews by white radicals, putting the harshest criticism in the mouths of white leftist critics to help mediate any disputes that could arise, and also to reaffirm that this colonial critique is shared, or anti-colonial critique is shared by Black and not Black groups. So the film's not released in America for another 2 years, but the press closely followed its global circulation during this time. Numerous outlets featured stories on semi-successful attempts by the London branch of UNIA to prevent showings of Song of Freedom and other supposedly prejudicial Robeson films, continuing Garvey's crusade from the previous year. And the press also reported on the film's 1937 reception in South Africa, where it was protested and banned in early active sort of proto-apartheid, inspiring some to kind of prematurely come to the film's defense even before it arrived in the US. When the film did arrive, the reception was generally positive, with critics praising it as the first film to offer a Black, quote, story of triumph. In this instance, the more cosmopolitan approach to Black internationalism won out, the film's references to Robeson's life story and international success resonating with the idealized liberal Europe in which Black performers could control their personal narratives. The most positive reviews were focused on its representational importance, calling it, quote, the first time in the history of the motion picture that Black performers could throw away the shackles of Uncle Thomism and establish themselves as artists able to interpret roles of deep social significance, while also claiming that it did not have the, quote, imperialistic shading that was so evident in Sanders the River. Some praised the film for its appeals to diasporic history and its portrayal of the slave trade. The New York Amsterdam News in 1938 called it the year's best film for Robeson's role. But it should also come as a surprise that even these reviews don't make any reference to the film's second half, framing it as Robeson's own story and a chance to hear him and Welch sing, with these triumphant early scenes outweighing whatever issues critics may have had with the colonial set scenes. So just to quickly wrap things up, just in analyzing these films' receptions, one sees both a demand for improved representation of Black people in Hollywood that is based on the experience of Black performers abroad, as well as the uneven and non-teleological development of a Black international consciousness that produced a common sense understanding of the historical connections between different peoples of African descent, thus strengthening the effective and intellectual bonds that would allow for the development of mass anti-colonial movements following World War II. All these reviews share an understanding of Robeson as an avatar of Black internationalism, came to equally represent the social and economic opportunities available to Black performers abroad, the power and reach of global Black activism, and the danger posed by the circulation of American anti-Black imagery into a global context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, for a fascinating presentation. I now invite all presenters to the floor and Isabella online, so we can open the Q&A.
Thank you for your question, Damian. No, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I think it's very important to extend our research to co-production and to think, for instance, about the classical films of Mexican cinema, so the one with El Indio Fernandez, for instance. In my opinion, it's fascinating. It's symptomatic of this fluid interpretation of this narrative of the West, of the Southern West. We didn't think about it in this particular presentation, but it's obviously a very rich field to investigate. For me, it's fascinating because I love Lindy Fernandez, and the theme of co-production is fundamental, of course. What we were trying to do is to think more on the cultural side, but always have in mind that the importance not only of the reception of the theory of spectator, but also of the theme of co-production that we together investigated in the field of history of Italian cinema. No, it's fundamental. But regarding the films, I think Costanza is better suited than me to answer for American films, but also for the others. It's co-production with El Indio or something else.
Yeah, I think what is interesting also in the relationship between El Indio Fernandez and the Western in the US is also that he is influencing the US. I mean, the American idea of the West in light of the Mexican perspective, or trying to emphasize a Mexican perspective. But it's not, I mean, I don't think that El Indio Fernandez is the only one, because we have many other Mexican actors were involved in Western, in the Western as a genre in the US production. And also, this is not exactly a co-production, but it's the involvement of the Mexican actors within the entourage. And we have many other actors, for instance, Anthony Quinn or Pedro Armendariz worked also with El Indio Fernandez. And we have Gilbert Roland, and many people were very, in a way, underscore. I mean, we are kind of not study enough. And so I'm trying to emphasize these aspects in terms of actors, mostly, I think. And I don't know anything about festivals. I'm sorry about that.
Living in the Southwest, I'm not necessarily aware of any, but I don't know historically. And as for the kind of earlier European colonial films, I know a lot of the critical writing before like 1918 it's so limited that it's kind of hard to relate. Like it's basically, you know, just the press release and kind of the description of the plot. So, you know, I've looked to, you know, try to see if there was like anything too interesting written on like Cabiria. And then, but yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked at kind of maybe later kind of silent films. Although, I mean, post World War I, there's also sort of limited distribution of those films in the US. So it's, you know, it's a balance. And I think, you know, maybe like the diva films were showing in the US a little more, I think, at that point than some of the Italian kind of adventure ones, as far as I know. But yeah.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for your question. Yeah, actually, the visualization is kind of a trick because it's not only the data I use for this presentation. So I put it there just to somehow show you the transnational networks of film clubs. So it includes different kind of data, most of them related to, no, all of them related to film clubs that I have been collecting the last 2 years. And it's from film clubs that were running during the first half of the 20th century in Iberoamerica. And I try to to retrace the relationship between them somehow through people, events, and yeah, as I said, like actants and actors, mainly, yeah, people, events, and publications they share. So yeah, my mainly concern was to retrace these connections between them because it's kind of difficult. A film club is like an object no one cares about somehow, like now in film studies there are few people interested in that, and besides that, Iberoamerica, it's also, you know, something like it's kind of film clubs, Iberoamerica, and I'm also interested in women, so I have gender perspective. One of the bigger nodes you saw in my visualization is Maria Luz Morales was a Catalan, bueno, gallega, actually, a Spanish journalist who work in a film club. And also the ones I mentioned, Victoria Ocampo and Lola Alvarez Bravo, I'm trying to work on them in order to make clear that they contributed somehow in the film field. For example, Victoria Ocampo is like a renowned, you know, everyone knows about her, at least in Argentina. But she also work on the, yeah, trying to make Fondan come to Argentina was so important, the circulation of these avant-garde films, thanks to her role. So this is one of my, yeah, my main concerns, and I didn't focus on that in my presentation, but it's something that I think it can be seen in my presentation. So yeah, I don't know if I replied to your question. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm working mainly on, yeah, journals and newspapers, but since the pandemic, I haven't been able to travel where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Mexico and, yeah, Brazil and Argentina, which are my case studies for my the thesis I'm writing now. But I couldn't travel, so I had to work with digitized material, and yeah, with people there that would be, you know, wanted to help me somehow. Yeah, I think that's it. You're welcome. Yeah, I think that when a film is approached in, I don't know, you can correct me, in film studies, mostly from two different cultural, like cultural milieus or cultural, yeah, cultural points of view, like, and nationalistically, like a film that were co-produced by, I don't know, two different countries, and that's what I wanted to say, that to retrace the circulation through like a bunch of cultures, I think can be very rich in in the study of a film. And in this case, we focused in this film for this chapter. I'm not working on one film in my project at all. I work on film class, so I don't care if it's one or three. As much film as I found in the programs of the film clubs, better for me, since it's too difficult to find the programs of the film clubs of the 20s, for example, or 30s. So no, on Shinandalu, I decided to work on Shinandalu because my first thesis was on surrealist cinema, so it was kind of easy for me to talk about on Shinandalu. And because we wanted to talk about, and because one of the main hypothesis of Malte Hagener's thesis was the relation between the avant-garde cinema and networks of film clubs. So since he is his belief, I mean, and he was right, of course. We saw the Shinandalu was interesting case studies, and because it was easy for me to find information on Shinandalu, because other films is kind of super difficult to from here to check on Argentinian newspapers or Brazilian or other countries, you know. So it's what we were able to. Thank you for your question.
Good question. I don't know. Yeah, I can repeat the question if you want.
Okay. My question is, what I noticed the numbers of the Spanish population after Spanish Dragon, there was no Spanish Dragon slide. If you need why Hollywood seems to be on
Isabella, did you hear the question or shall I repeat it?
No, I didn't hear.
So the question is, if you have an explanation for the fact that there is a decline in the number of Spanish language versions made after, for instance, Spanish Dracula, there is no Spanish Frankenstein, etc.
No, I don't have. I think to have this explanation, I would have to travel to the US and consulting some of the documents of the studios. So I focused my research here in Brazil. I couldn't travel to do my research, so I used the data from the reception of the magazines and the newspapers. But this work is something I hope I can do someday, and I'd like very much to do, because there is so much yet to discover about the reasons why Universal, Warner, and the other studios chose a specific English language film to produce in Spanish. But to uncover this history, I need to have access to documents that I didn't have in my PhD research. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I do actually have something of an answer to that, because it is something I've come across before. The main reason, as far as I'm aware, is that the dubbing technology got to a point where they realized, instead of just reshooting the whole movie on film, which is very expensive, they could just re-record the audio separately. And subtitle technology also kind of improved, so for places where that was appropriate. But I think dubbing is usually given as the main reason.
Yeah, since 1933, they didn't do. Now I don't know if I understood the question, because the reason why Hollywood studios stopped to produce multiple language versions was precisely because of that. Since 1933, the dubbed improved, if we watch a Spanish version like Free and Easy from Buster Keaton. It has a Spanish version, and some scenes are dubbed in the Spanish versions of Free and Easy, and it's poorly dubbed. So the technique wasn't good in the beginning of the 1930s, but since 1933, the amount of productions in Spanish, not just in Spanish language, but in German, in French, Hollywood studios stopped to produce it. Although until 1939, until the end of the decade, the studios still produced some musicals and most original productions in Spanish language. But I don't know if I understood correctly the question, but I was trying to think why they didn't shoot other horror movies in Spanish, but that's right. Because I don't remember when Frankenstein was released, but I think like 2 years after Dracula. Is that right? So the process of multiple language filmmaking was really expensive, and the audiences were rejecting the multiple language films. So yeah, there was no reason to to shoot Frankenstein or other of the horror movies of the 30s in Spanish or in other language.
Thank you very much, Isabella. It's time. So, dear colleagues, we're wrapping up. I had a question on the relation between the press reception and audience's reception, and what the dynamics of power relations are and discourse meaning making processes, but that is for during the coffee break. Probably I want to thank the presenters. For me, it was a really refreshing take on cinema. And I want to thank the audience. We were few, but we were active, let's say. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And sorry, a word of thanks for the assistants who made the hybrid version possible. Thank you.
So I think we can start if everyone is ready. This is Ecevit Ciner from Galatasaray University, Istanbul, and welcome to the 13th panel of this very successfully going conference. The panel is entitled "The Politics of Cinema Space: Issues in Recent Times." I think we had to wait till the 13th session to come to the recent times. It's the third day of the conference. And actually we had 4 presentations in this session, but unfortunately one is missing. We don't have any news from our first speakers. So we will directly start with the second presentation, which is entitled Una Piazza Magica, Umbria Film Festival, the Piazza and the Politics of Place. It will be presented by Victoria Law. She is interested in the relationship between theater and cinema. She is also interested in the history of screen acting and in small film festivals, especially the Umbria Film Festival, because she has relations with the region and she speaks Italian, which I'm very jealous of. Don't test me on that. So we will have plenty of time for questions, I guess, because we have one missing presentation. But anyway, we should keep the 20 minutes. And I will act in strange ways to warn you when you have 2 minutes. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Like that. Okay, is that better? Yeah. The paper will use the example of the Umbria Film Festival to explore how it asserts the importance of the collective audience experience through drawing on the specific cultural and historical meanings associated with where this experience happens, in this case. The central town square, or the piazza in Italian, which is defined by Eamon Cunliffe in The Politics of the Piazza as, I quote, exclusively a phenomenon of space. Cunliffe's work traces the history of the piazza in Italian social and political history and describes the piazza as a defined and enclosed space which produces a strong sense of identity and genius loci, used here in its sense from classical Roman religion as the, quote, protective spirit of a place. I will draw from existing work on small film festivals and place to put forward some ideas on how the piazza materializes the identity of the Umbria Film Festival as cosmopolitan encounter. But I'd also like to argue that the occupation of this particular civic space by audiences during the festival is noteworthy because in Italian social and political history, the piazza functions as a site where both the establishment and contestation of authority can be understood spatially. This, of course, was evidenced recently in terms of the Sardini and how the Sardini movement expressed opposition to Salvini and the far right through the mass occupation of town and city squares across Italy. These are 2 pictures from Bologna in 2019 and also the Montoni Festival there in 2019, with, again, a kind of a quote from Kidder Smith reinforcing the idea of the piazza as a kind of way of life, more than a place, a way of life and a concept of living. So I will argue that the film festival's enfranchisement of the public space of the piazza for the duration of the event and arguably leaving its traces longer, also, just get that. Sorry about that. Also contests the growing authority of privatized viewing cultures enabled by streaming sites like such as Netflix, and reasserts the importance of a public and collective audience experience. The festival is also unique in giving agency to young people and children as jury members who determine awards and sit in the front row of the audience during the screenings. I would argue this is also a political act in explicitly enfranchising
what might be thought of as a marginalized audience sector, and ones who are maybe more used to experience films through their computer screens or phones. As I said, I first became interested in the festival as it takes place near my husband's hometown of Città di Castello, and it's in a small hill town called Montone. I attended the festival once, actually, in 2019, and was struck by the particular reception context for the screenings, which I will come back to later, and wrote a preliminary paper on it to be delivered at a conference in festivals in Bari in 2020. And then we all know what happened to both festivals and conferences in 2020. But the conference didn't go ahead, but amazingly, the festival did in both 2020 and 21, albeit with the usual measures in place, social distancing, pre-booked seats. However, interestingly, the location was actually moved out of the central town square to a square at the top of the town. Primarily because it was less enclosed and thus more appropriate to kind of COVID times. So that gives you slightly an idea of the differences between the two spaces. There's Piazza Fortebraccio, which is in the center of town, and Piazza San Francesco, which is used for 20 and 21, and also for this year's festival as well. So of course, this kind of changed the object of my research, but I'm kind of seeing it as an opportunity to more clearly examine how this change in location kind of impacts the audience experience for the festival. However, I wasn't able to attend the festival in the COVID years. I'm just about, see if I can, seems to be not playing about my computer. But as you can see, it's literally just started. So I'm off today to go and do some audience research. So I'm just today going to offer some kind of speculative thoughts, really, based on my initial participant observation of the festival, subsequent online interviews with organisers, and drawing on some of the publicity materials produced for the festival before I go off and hopefully get some more material through audience research. So the festival, which takes place in the Umbrian hill town of Montone, was set up in 1995, and it's held annually in early July. According to the founder, Marisa Berna, it was established to bring together local residents with people who had recently moved into the area, and was designed, in Berna's own words, to give a, quote, new identity to the town. So this was in the context of a familiar tale, maybe for Italian small towns in the 80s and 90s, where many local towns were losing their local cinemas to out-of-town multiplexes. The organisers also said there was a desire to protect and promote the idea of independent European cinema in the face of what was believed to be the dominance of kind of American films on those existing local Italian screens. On the website for the recent 25th anniversary of the festival, Berna explains the event as both reflecting and facilitating a growing cosmopolitan in the town and the local area. This quote is there from the catalogue from 2021. And I find this very much echoes existing then work on film festivals, which argues, I've got a quote from Munya Kari here, that film festivals can play a role in deepening one's awareness of transnational differences and connections, fostering a cosmopolitan attitude in which migration is considered to be a fluid element of life rather than a fixed perception of cultural identity. So the festival attracted the patronage of film director Terry Gilliam in the 1990s, who is now the festival's president, and very much the kind of public face of the festival in transnational promotional materials. Although it's worth mentioning that the actual work of putting together the festival is undertaken exclusively by women who live in or near the town, and this is from the founder to the artistic director to the fundraisers and support staff. And they mentioned that explicitly in the interviews to me, that they wanted that known. In terms of its programme, the festival typically showcases 3 or 4 major films, so it's quite a small festival in that respect, which are usually chosen according to a theme or the availability of key personnel, such as the director or the composer, to visit the festival and interact with audiences. For a kind of smallish festival, it's managed to attract some very high-profile names. From the world of cinema to this small town, there's a few of them there. Although they're mostly, I'd say, English, Italian, mostly white men. They made Colin Firth put on a silly hat, so that's always worth something. But there was been Lona Scherfig, and I think that's Laura Carmichael there in terms of other kind of visitors. So there was also short films by new young Italian directors and a programme of roundtable discussions and workshops during the day, thus not only making, I quote, a variety of films available, but also framing the films in a rich discursive context. I think I've got that quote from De Valk there. So as mentioned before, one of its distinctive characteristics, I think, is the short film competition, where the winner is voted for by an audience of local children from primary schools. And they are given these reserved seats in the front row of the audience each night to kind of emphasize they're important as a jury and judges. And they will vote on the films eventually and give the awards to certainly the short film competitions. There are also short filmmaking workshops with schools and connections with Italian universities, such as the University of Modena, whose students provide subtitles for the films. In fact, the organizer Chiara Montanini says that one of the biggest changes of the last few years has been this kind of enfranchisement of young people, local people, or young people from universities who are involved in the organization of the festival from May onwards. All of which I feel kind of underlines Stringer's proposition on small film festivals, which suggests that the international dimensions of local film cultures produce a genuinely local city identity based around a shared sense of cinephilia and an engagement with the dynamic processes of cultural exchange. And I kind of want to take this further to look at then how this might be connect up with the sort of place where the festival takes place is. And so argue that this kind of production of civic identity is facilitated by the use of the piazza. Space has long been considered an integral component to the film festival screening, with Janet Harvard arguing that we simply cannot separate the festival's meaning from its particular location. In her analysis of the Glasgow Film Festival, Dixon found that audience members were likely to actually define their experience in terms of space and corporality rather than individual films. By bringing together audiences at temporary events, festival structure and embodied type of film going in a series of specific spaces. Dixon argues that when attending a festival, the, I quote, physical presence in space with other bodies is one of the most gratifying aspects of festival culture. So audience-driven film festivals build audience and communities that are defined in terms of environment rather than necessarily the films themselves. And indeed, the organisers have described their duration of the festival, as well as the preparation, as a process of temporary community building. In terms of the environment then, more broadly, Montoni, which is a fairly lovely, picturesque Umbrian hill town, is clearly important. Its particular atmosphere adds value to the experience of watching the films. The piazza, the central space of the town, is also of central symbolic importance, both in terms of the nightly screenings, but also to provide a stage for rituals and ceremonies which occur during the festival, such as the Keys to the City ceremony, which not only contextualize the screenings, but also provide publicity. So the Keys to the City has been given in the past to kind of people like Ken Loach and Lona Scherfig. And if you're a fan of the actor Stanley Tucci, get to Montoni as quick as you can, because it's his turn this year. And the mayor explains the importance of this ceremony for Montoni. In terms of offering the keys of our town means to give more power in Montoni to an important personality. The ability to go everywhere around the town, it's not very big, so not, I mean, and in fact, everyone who is given this acknowledgement has entered with their own cinema in Montoni's square among the people in its cultural and social heart. So this kind of gives you the idea of the way that the kind of core values of the festival are sort of invested in this core space, the place of the piazza. For the organisers of Umbria Film Festival, these rituals and showings of films in the piazza is described as breaking down the barriers between guests and audiences. One of the festival organisers mentioned specifically how the space of the piazza facilitates, just lost it there, this through its many bars, restaurants and areas that are provided for conversation. What I was struck by when I attended it is the bars and restaurants actually always remain open during the screening. And so conversation kind of drifts in between the bars and to the film itself. So rather than the kind of hushed reverence of maybe watching a film in a more the conventional space, the collective audience experience also includes this kind of everyday living that the piazza as a central civic space facilitates. And this seemed to be very essential for the film, for the festival's particular atmosphere. I think you can see this a little bit from this promotional video that was made to promote the films. It starts by Terry Gilliam talking about the space. So in interviews with the organisers, they talked about this kind of integral integration of the piazza with the screening as how it means that they were kind of organically immersed in the life of the town. They called it the mess of the place. And this, of course, I think demonstrates Henry Lefebvre's famous formulation of space as a product of human relations, which is made productive through social practices. However, whilst the piazza undoubtedly facilitates this kind of sense of encounter that characterizes the festival, I would also argue that it's symbolic in providing a space to contest the growing authority of kind of non-public or collective reception practices. This is Terry Gilliam again in promotional materials for the 2019 festival, who describes the central town square as a piazza magica. And this gives the title to my paper, a public space where borders are crossed between audience and guests, between the imaginative spaces of the film screening and the kind of material reality of Montone's piazza. And the image of the magic square, I think, is used to conjure up this idea as a kind of enchanted space. But Gilliam here is explicitly setting it against cinema living, cinema vivo. Sorry, for those of you who don't speak Italian, it says this Piazza is beautiful because it holds sort of living cinema. I know that the television has invaded the world, but cinema lives in piazzas like this. So he's kind of setting it up against this kind of privatized sense of television, against the sort of live cinema experience. And I think as well, as I say, I keep kind of coming back to this idea of them bringing in young audiences, and they are very young audiences, primary school audiences, literally, who are given a kind of explicitly active role in this live experience through watching and evaluating what they see. Julian Hannock has argued in his investigation of the live collective cinema experience, okay, when watching a film, we, the cinema goers, individually and collectively constitute and create an experience that does not precede us. It comes alive through us and continually changes with us. The collective cinema experience is thus not a static affair, but constantly transforming. And I would say this sort of constantly transforming experience is central to this idea that the festival has built for Montoni and its civic identity. Dahlgren has argued civic identity is not just received in terms of a formal status by rights and obligations, but is more actively achieved through participatory practices. In this analytic frame, Dahlgren argues that democratic capital, I quote, is embodied in collective practices that need spaces in which citizens can act. And I'd argue that the kind of square produces that space for action. So very quickly, this was my original formulation that was centered around this kind of enclosed square. It's now moved, as I say, to a kind of very different space at the top of the town that's much more open. The organisers of the festival state the move has changed the atmosphere. It's become less chaotic, less embedded in the everyday life of the square, although they claim now it's a more dedicated space and more likely to attract kind of the specialist spectator who can easily immerse themselves in the film and exclude all the other noises and sounds and visions around it. I think from the picture alone I showed you before, it's actually on the side of a church as well, the screen. So maybe this introduces a more reverent approach. But this is something that I kind of want to investigate further when I go. So to conclude, in the paper I've looked at the connections between the piazzas, the kind of core heart of the town and this film festival, its symbolic use within the film festival as both a cosmopolitan space where borders are crossed between generations, nationalities, ways of viewing, socializing, all combining to reassert the importance of cinema as a live, social, public and collective experience. Thank you.
I have to turn on that one. Thank you very much for presenting us this unique festival. And now our second presentation is entitled People and Places, Factors Shaping Film Culture Across Bulgarian Localities. It will be presented by Maya Nedyalkova. Maya is a research fellow for the Creative Industries Research and Innovation Network at Oxford Brookes University. She is interested in popular culture and film audiences. As you may see in her bio, she has widely explored many aspects, especially transnational aspects of Bulgarian film industry. And now we will listen to her. Thank you.
Does it work now? Oh. All right. I must apologize to people who've had the misfortune to watch and listen to my presentations before, because I usually put a lot of data on my slides and I just talk around them. So if you do find that a bit distracting, just listen to me and try not to read. But if not, there's a lot more detail that you can get from the slides. This project was funded by the British Academy between 2017 and 2021, and it now has an official website with all of the data, well, the majority of the data and key findings highlighted. This doesn't have a Bulgarian version yet, but it will soon happen as well. And for today's talk, I wanted to look at cinema culture. So I've As mentioned before, I've done film industry studies and I've looked at audiences, and I thought the intersection between the two will be where cinema culture, this very evasive notion of cinema culture, somehow happens. And of course, I draw inspiration from Annette Kuhn's seminal work, where she looks at British film going in the 30s. And she talks about how film culture is understood beyond the mere film texts, to include regulatory practices, exhibition geographies, general cultural landscape, communal influence, and social agency. I'm also quite interested in this idea of material and non-material culture. So, of course, in the sense of cinema going, you've got material culture like the cinemas, the screens, the chairs, the programs, the tickets, the posters, everything that you can touch and collect and sort of, experience through the senses. But you also have non-material culture, so the behavior and the socializing and the rituals and the traditions and the disruptions in those as well, and the values that people embed in cinema. And so I very ambitiously decided that I'm going to do a comparison between microhistories and contemporary viewer accounts across 3 localities, which is a lot of data. And I'm really sorry, I'm just going to whisk you through quite a lot of it. But to begin with, so I focus on 3 different localities. One is the small town of Botevgrad in the southwest of Bulgaria, and I'll show you on the map in a second. The second one is the medium-sized settlement town of Gabrovo in the north central part. As you can see, the mountain and peaks and the river Yantra that runs through it. It's a very interesting landscape, not very easy to walk between different neighborhoods sometimes. So you do have to use public transport or drive. And finally, the very large city of Burgas, which is a coastal city. It's a huge port in the southeast of Bulgaria. So just a little bit on my project before I go into detail about these 3 locations. This is a mixed methods project, so you will see a bit of quantitative data and a bit of qualitative data. It was prompted by a relative lack of systematic academic research into Bulgarian audiences, and so I tried to ask all the questions and include everything. And at some point, it got a little bit out of hand, but I do have a lot of data there. We'll be presenting next year as well, so I'm sorry. And I try to triangulate a lot of data sources and theories and methods, and my approach is sort of discursive realism. So I acknowledge that audience perspectives are subjective and the reality is constructed, but I also think that there is value in trying to generalize and draw conclusions out of these perspectives, which can then be applied on the real world experiences and experiential reality of cinema going in Bulgaria and film viewing, not just cinema going. And yeah, the questions were adapted from previous very influential projects that were in contemporary and historical cinema audiences. So these are the places where I did quite a lengthy quantitative questionnaire uncovering the habits and preferences and attitudes towards new Bulgarian cinema. I secured 580 valid responses across all of these settlements. And then these are the places where I went and did focus groups and interviews with participants. So number 4 is where Botevgrad is, the small settlement. Number 6 is where Gabrovo is, the medium-sized town. And number 5 is where Burgas is, as you can see, on the Black Sea coast. And yeah, so my sample was skewed because I did convenience sampling. I didn't want to preclude people who wanted to participate from participating. I thought this wasn't done before and people should be given the chance to voice their opinions. Also, I did try to target particular segments, and that was sometimes successful and sometimes wasn't. So I just let people volunteer and self-select themselves and nominate themselves to express their opinions. The majority of these, the sample questionnaire participants were women, slightly younger, a bit more educated, either employed in higher managerial positions or students. The majority of the questionnaire respondents also came from very large cities, so cities with more than 200,000 inhabitants in Bulgaria. The majority of people were of Bulgarian ethnic origin, which has been an issue that I've raised consistently throughout my work, and I can address in the Q&A again. And so they had sort of highly assessed IT skills, used PC, laptop, and tablet to access the internet, and they were interested in arts, learning, and creativity in terms of hobbies. And in terms of focus group participants, again, mostly women, younger, this time coming from medium-sized settlements. Interestingly, 90% of my sample participants were very interested in film and film viewing and cinema. And as I said before, they were self-selected volunteers, so they came because they were interested. They wanted to express their opinions. In terms of the comparative sample across the 3 localities, from Botevgrad, I had 39 survey participants, sort of almost equal shares of men and women. The 26 to 45 age group was more highly represented. In Gabrovo, I had a much smaller amount of participants, 13, and they were mostly women. This time they were in the slightly higher age group, 46 to 65. And then in Burgas, I had 27 participants, again, mostly women, coming from this middle age group between 26 and 45. In terms of focus groups, in Botevgrad, I had 4 participants, 3 men and 1 woman. In Gabrovo, I had 4 again, 3 women and 1 man. And in Burgas, I had 1 man and 1 woman. And there was quite, a spread of different ages across the different localities as well. So just to give you, as I promised, microhistory, a very quick one. So the town of Botevgrad was established in 5th century BC, and it has had many names, many occupiers, but importantly, it's been considered a place where trade has grown and where culture and publishing has grown as well. It is strategically located very close to the capital city of Sofia. And I will address that in a second. And it is in a very strategic location for the Vitinia Pass. So it is a pass that connects the north and the south through the Balkan Mountains. The Balkan Mountains isn't very easy to pass through, so you do have those key locations where some of the places are situated. The first film screenings were traveling cinematographs in the early 1910s. And then by 1927, as a community center cinema was set up, which was actually quite profitable, same as the one in Gabrovo that I'll talk about in a second. And, they were very proud to have these innovations. They had a new film projector. They then, in 1934, had a dedicated big cinema hall, again with new projector, more screenings, more profitable. And finally, in the 60s, during socialism, there was the big Stamen Penchev cinema being constructed and being opened. It was the first wide format screen cinema in the country, and it opened with the screening of War and Peace, and it featured special guests, the main actors from the film. This is an archival picture of Stamen Panchev Cinema in Botevgrad. This is another one, and this is another one. A micro-history of Gabrovo. It was established in the Middle Ages, so it's a slightly younger settlement, due to its proximity to the Balkan mountain passages again. And it's famous for growing local culture, especially during the Ottoman domination, but also as being a trade and craft center until in 1882, it became the Bulgarian Manchester when they opened textile factory, the first one in the country. They were very proud of it. For some reason, the region also has the reputation of having people who like to joke around and who have a sense of humor. So they also have a house museum of humor and satire, and they do festivals every year, which sometimes feature a film, well, usually feature a film program. So the first film screenings were likely traveling programs, and again, cinema started around the community center in the town. Again, it attracted a lot of people, had a lot of screenings, was quite profitable for the community center. And in the 30s, it was programming quite a lot of musicals, until well, we got into the war, and then there was some censorship around Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator, because Bulgaria was on Hitler's side at the time. So yes, one of the first dedicated cinemas which was constructed, well, reconstructed in Gabrovo, was the Mother's Care Majčina Griža in 1936, and it was reconstructed from a casino which was bought and donated to the women's charity organization. So at first it was school, and then they turned it into cinema, and it did have a very good, stable children's programming throughout its life. And this is the announcement of the first talkies and the first sound equipment being installed in Gabrovo, and this is Majčina Griža, the cinema. So here I have some data from 1968, and that's already jumping to socialism. This is for the area of Gabrovo, the amount of screenings, the amount of attendees, and the amount of income from the whole area, all the screenings in the area, including Gabrovo and the surrounding villages. So just to give you an idea, they had about 4,000 projections in the first quarter of 1968. The number of visitors was 622,000. And in terms of income, they raised about 149,000, which isn't very relevant when you put in inflation. But it was very popular in the 60s still, and there were active cinema goers going and a lot of projections happening, including they've broken it down in terms of projections for adults, for children, targeted screenings, and so on. Finally, the film history of Burgas. It's a very ancient settlement, and it's always been recognized for its strategic position on the Black Sea coast. It was during the Ottoman domination, it was of predominantly Turkish population, and then after the liberation, sort of the Bulgarian population went back into the city. It's a very big industrial hub. After the liberation alone, there were 151 factories set up, and it's also established itself as a cultural center, an education center, a tourist hub, and of course the oil refinery in the 50s and 60s contributed a lot to it being a very profitable port as well. The first cinema theater was the Theater and Cinematograph Borisov, founded in 1912. It had a summer and winter salons with a total of 1,200 seats, but it was soon turned into a general entertainment venue, so it had a mixed program. Then in the end of the 20s, modern theater, renamed during socialism to Christos Smirnensky, who was a socialist poet, cinema. It was designed by an Italian architect, Riccardo Toscani, and it had a capacity of 500. People loved it so much and they wanted to take care of it so much that volunteers would stay behind after screenings and clean and tidy up. And it started off as with the regular programming, but soon moved to daily double bills. In 1927, the Royal, or during communism, Septembri cinema, it was in the reconstructed Bulgarian restaurant, and it featured a very elegant atmosphere. So the high life of Burgas would congregate there. And they also added dance and ballet performances in between screenings. Boulevard, or Vaptsarov open air cinema, was at the entrance of the Sea Garden. Again, very welcoming and popular environment during the summer period. And in the 1930s, Trakia Cinema, which was one of the last cinemas to close down when the transition from socialism to democracy happened in Burgas. It was originally meant as a home for the orphans of the Thracian Valley freedom fighters, but by the time they constructed it, the orphans had grown up, so they repurposed it to be a cinema. But it retained a socially oriented programming. And there were other cinemas that thrived in the city, which was always very big and a very important cultural center. And this is the first one, picture of the first one. On the left-hand side, you can see inside a Trakia cinema, the one that closed the latest out of all the socialist cinemas. And on the bottom right, you can see inside the reconstructed restaurant, which was Smirnensky cinema, the very sort of suave environment. And again, there's a breakdown of 1968, the first quarter, considerably more projections, considerably more attendances than in Gabrovo. And of course, income was higher as well. So to compare, in Gabrovo, the number of people who went to see the cinema was just over 600,000. In Burgas, for that same time, it was 1.5 million. So it was very, very immensely popular with the larger population. So I've hinted towards the transformation of the exhibition network post-socialism. It happened during a time when Bulgarian society was undergoing this change in values and economic status, in sort of perceptions, and moving from planned economy to open market economy. So the cinemas sort of were on the low end of the stick, so to say, but they weren't maintained regularly, and due to the low ticket prices, once the state wasn't providing for the exhibition network, it was left to support itself, and with the low ticket prices, it couldn't exactly modernize. In addition to that, Hollywood-related distributors wanted to move into exhibition in Bulgaria. They wanted to integrate distribution and exhibition to make it more profitable. So they took active part in the lobbying for privatization and closing down of the old venues. A significant drop in attendances because of multiple financial crises and also increased competition from different technologies meant that cinema became a lot less popular in Bulgaria in the late 90s and early 2000s. And currently, Bulgaria has an exhibition system which features different chain cinemas. It's very rare to have a standalone independent venue. So the majority of them are small miniplexes. Then you have large miniplexes with 4 to 7 screens, multiplexes with more than 8 screens, and they bring the majority of the profits. So these multiplexes are based in the top 5 cities in Bulgaria. Sorry, am I out of time? Whew, okay. Well then, yes. So these are the places that screened films in Botovgrad, Gabrovo, and Burgas. One cinema for each of these settlements. And I thought that the factors which shaped local cinema culture currently were price as a function of access, film business priorities, namely profitability, and the influence of local audiences and enthusiasts. So there was also the influence of local government structures and political parties. In terms of economic preoccupations, the majority of the participants in my research and those from the 3 settlements thought that cinema tickets were either too expensive or they had a neutral attitude towards the statement. Interestingly enough, people in the larger settlement, Burgas, were more in agreement because they were, well, if you remember, they had a bigger multiplex with higher prices. So yes, that has made it more expensive to go to the cinema in larger settlements. Another problem has been the fact that film culture is not very consistent. So sometimes in smaller settlements, you have to wait for the audience to be 2 or 4 people for the film to screen. So if you don't buy extra tickets, it's likely that the film won't screen because it won't be profitable. And that has certainly been the case in the town of Botovgrad. Yes, they also have a much poorer programming choice to choose from. So the participants from Botovgrad complained about not having access to some of the films that are screened in Sofia because they don't go to mainstream cinemas in the smaller localities. Yes, so in Burgas it was the same. If you don't have 2 people, then they won't play the film for you. And in Gabrovo, it was the same in terms of the programming of cinemas. Art films just weren't programmed in the small miniplex in Gabrovo. So can I just have another? Yeah, sorry. Sorry to keep you. Anyway, yes, so they weren't programmed in the miniplex, and so they had to set alternative ways to show art films. The audiences, a lot of the participants from Botovgrad and Gabrovo complained that people weren't very respectful when they were in the cinema in comparison to during socialism, when the behavior in cinema was very regulated and you had ushers who would tell you off if you're eating or making noise. What else? Yes, Burgas as well. They complained, especially the male participant thought that people are very stupid in the cinema and the population is growing simpler. But the female participant thought that the audiences for film festivals are significantly different and they go there for this education and to experience a different type of cinema. And finally, not finally, local enthusiasts. There were attempts to set up a film club in Botevgrad, which didn't work out. There were more successful attempts to set up a film club in Gabrovo, which lasted longer. But the problem there was that they had issues with competing cultural initiatives organized by the municipality. So the organization of local culture wasn't speaking to the different parts of people participating in it. And yeah, in Gabrovo, so political parties played a significant role. There was a really huge screening in the Revival Square for one of the parties that was going on election. And it's one of the things that one of the participants, who was very young at the time, remembers quite vividly was this huge screen. They projected it on the municipality building outside. The whole wall was covered with the screen. And yeah, one final point was from the male participant in Burgas, who said that local municipality initiatives need to invest more in creating an atmosphere and marketing to their local audiences, whether it's through posters or tableaus or through more interactive marketing campaigns. So yes, comparing and contrasting local cinema cultures helps to highlight some of the structures, some of the structural factors, whether they're on national, regional, or purely local level. It will be interesting to know whether sharing know-how between the different locations would help deal with similar issues. And I really like what the Beyond the Multiplex project have done recently in comparing different inequalities of access to cinema across the western and northern parts of England, where they talk about the audience's sense of place and the geographical relationship with cinema, which creates these unique film ecologies. So even though you have differences, even though you have similarities, you also have these differences, and very specifically grounded into local history, into local traditions, into things that have been going on for a much longer time. So this sort of differentiates the many cultures that create around these settlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya, for this panorama and very complete overview of the landscape. Now we have a last presentation, which will be online. The title of the presentation is Motherland Goes Transnational, Art Film Reception Practices of Turkish Community in London. We have Hasan Akbulut online. While the arrangements are made, I will present him briefly. Hasan Akbulut is a professor at Istanbul University. He is the editor of Sinesine, the Journal of Film Studies. He has conducted research on cinema-going practices, experiences in Turkey, which we widely refer to as Turkish film scholars. He also worked on transnational film reception practices in London, and we will be listening more this subject now. Yes, the screen is here. Hasan Hocam.
Yeah, thank you, Ece. Hello, everyone. I would love to be in Rome, but I'm in Istanbul. This presentation is based on a study conducted between 19 and 20. In the study, the reception practices of Turkish people living in London were studied in a historical materialist framework conceptualized by Janet Stager. As such, the focus of the research has been to try to understand to the transnational film reception practice of Turkish-speaking community living in London. First of all, unlike the migration to continental Europe in nature of the labor migration in Turkey, especially Germany, the migration to Great Britain has uniqueness due to the different migration motivation, socio-demographic and ethnic characteristic of immigrants. There is a Turkish-speaking transnational community consisting of Alevis, Kurds, and leftists who have been oppressed and experienced traumatic experiences due to their socio-ethnic identities and political views in Turkey. And it seemed important to me to examine what kind of authenticity their viewing experiences and film reception produced. Secondly, art film are defined not only with their narrative, stylistic, and aesthetic features, but also by the context of their display, and festival play a functional role here. In this respect, festivals also label the films they show. Although art cinema is associated with local and national features, it's an impure form that transcends such local, national, and genre boundaries due to its production and screening dynamics. This argument points out that the international or transnational reception of art films shown at festivals should also be considered. The London Turkish Film Festival, on the other hand, exhibits the future of being an environment that allows Turkish art films to circulate in London, and constitutes an original study example in terms of how and which discourses these films framed. But the London Turkish Film Festival has not been organized since 2017. The film Anayurdu, which I have analyzed in this study, was screened in the online festival 2016. As Steiger suggests in the study, I examine reception analysis in the following order: the orientation of film, screening conditions, and audience personal interpretation behavior.
We can see the change of slides if you are doing.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry for that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
In order to understand the practice of reception of art films in Turkish migrants living in London, it's therefore very important to elucidate the personal, social, cultural, and historical context. Considering the role played by cinema in the construction of identity, this research work sought answers to the following questions. How do Turkish immigrants living in London make sense of Turkish art films, which circulated at London Turkish Film Festival? What role do historical and social context, migration, gender, class, educational level, and identity formations play in the process of film Anayurdu receptions? In order to answer these questions, first of all, London Turkish Film Festival, in which the film was circulated, was examined. Then how the Anayurdu film was labeled in the festival's press was revealed, and finally individual reception of the film were examined. In order to analyze the movie reception of audience, in deep interviews, face-to-face and by online, were conducted with 2 female and 2 male interviews. The interviews were carried out under 3 main headings: components of the participants' life stories, migration experiences and identity conceptions, movie-going experiences, and personal film receptions. It should be emphasized that interviews, which spanned between October 19 and May 20. Also, this research had an ethnographic aspect. In deep interviews with 4 participants who watched the film at home between January and May 2020, were analyzed according to the interpretive phenomenological technique. I will now briefly summarize these categories and then share the results of the transnational reception of my study. The textual features and orientation of Ana Yurdu Motherland, directed by Sanem Tüzen. The film is an art or independent film that is derived from New Turkish cinema, as a style and tells about the feminine, maternal pressures on an urban and educated woman in a conservative society. Produced with a small team and with small numbers of actors, the film deals with female identities and questions what it means to be a woman through the mother-daughter relationship. In the film, the universal mother-daughter relationship or conflict is presented within a social, cultural, religious, and daily practices that direct this relationship. Nesrin, she's a female character in the film. A divorced young woman goes to her grandmother's house in the Anatolian countryside to write her novel, but cannot write as she wants due to the intervention of her mother, who shows up uninvited. 2 women began to confront the darkness corners of their inner walls. Despite being a retired teacher, her mother, who is quite traditional and conservative, doesn't like the story of Nesrin's novel, tries to dominate her daughter's behavior, thoughts, and feelings, compels her to perform the salat and to pray. Nesrin, who was met with a reaction in the narrow social circle surrounded by women about her clothes and attitudes, has a sexual experience with a village man who doesn't seem to be mentally healthy at the end of the film, but the film ends with an open ending. As I said it in another work of Ana Yurdu, it has the generic characteristic of an art film because its narrative ambiguity, open ending, its focus on the character and the artistic production process. It contains the reflective practice while returning to the country and reckoning with itself and its past. It shares the characteristic of the late Turkish cinema in which the male-centered character is told, but also challenges it by placing a female character in its center. Screening conditions and film press. The film was labeled as an art film in the statement of the production team and in the festival press. The film, whose production was supported by the Minister of Culture of Republic of Turkey, received various awards and attracted the attention of critics after having its world premiere at the 72nd International Venice Film Festival. The film has been framed by the discourses of Turkey's metaphor, women's history, and generation conflict in international festival and in the film press. It was shown online in 2016, but unfortunately, the data on how many people watched the movie in this context couldn't be reached. It's understood that London Turkish Film Festival, which generally includes art films and popular films together in its selection, has been added Ana Yurdu to its repertoire by considering its success in festivals and criticism in the festival press. However, transnational audiences don't share these internationally respected discourses about the film. Identity and belonging components of the audience. In this presentation, I didn't use the name of my interviews. I have numbered them as a male or female so that the individual factors can be better understood. My first interview, male 1, a British citizen, retired leftist Marxist. Male 2, a British citizen, media professional, indeed with this identity. He defined close to Turkey, even tough. He knows 2 cultures. He's from Turkey. He belonged to many societies at once. So you neither belong to Turkey nor you don't belong to Turkey anymore. Actually, you don't belong here either. In many places, you are more transparent, more transitive. He said that. Woman one, she is in London by the Ankara Agreement, British citizen, marketer, Alevi origin, closeness to British identity and practices. Women two, the Ankara Agreement, again, not British citizen, artistic, libertarian, immigrant, and bit business. Their individual film analysis pointed out that the themes of identity and belonging, in other words, dominant discourses, can be grouped in three axes: ideological discourses, discourses on gender, genre discourses, women's film and art film, and discourses on immigration. In each of the in deep interviews, it was seen that different discourses on concept of identity and belonging came to form. Male one made a reading that highlights ideological and class discourses by defining himself as a world citizen with an openly communist political identity. And according to him, this film is inaccessible because it doesn't raise the conflicts between mother-daughter, oppressive society, individual, religion, freedom, class contradictions sufficiently and turn them into a dialectical conflict. On the other hand, he thinks that mostly close-ups are used in the film, and that's the proper choice in terms of form. According to him, the theme of the film is the social and traditional pressures and sexual problems experienced by women, and this is a film that feminists will love and even find lacking. So much so that he emphasizes the gender difference in understanding the film by saying, it would be easier if I watched it with a few feminist friends about things he couldn't understand. And he thinks he watched this film with a sense of duty in the context of research. I will say later about it. And he signed the role of interpretive communities in making sense of the film. Male two, on the other hand, considers the subjects of women, which is not talked about much in Turkey, positive because it takes the relationship between a mother and her modern daughter, but doesn't like the way the subject is handled and its cinematic flow. The film, which deals with religious oppressions on women, has a style that doesn't match on its content. He thinks that by positioning Islamic elements within Christian visual iconography, the director produces a different meaning than one conveyed by the filmic narrative. He adds that this regard reading may be an extreme reading, since he is a filmmaker himself. Male 2 sees the film as a cultural problem, as a story of not being an adult, not growing up, just as the director expressed in interview. Male 2 and male 2, like male 1, couldn't understand the ending of the movie, but this both angered him by saying the director doesn't know how to tell, and shocked his self-confidence by saying, "I am stupid," or "I cannot understand." He also provides a rational justification for weakness of the film's cinematographic narration. For example, the lack of the detail shot to indicate why the character behave the way they do. Lack of money. So I don't think she pulled it exactly the way she wanted it to. The director has turned to a more closed narrative for financial reasons. According to him, in order to In order for this women's story to be successful, women who know the Anatolian countryside should work in the cinematography and montage of the film. Thus, he attributes the film's failure to be stylistic lack of cultural codes and gender perspective. It's quite interesting that both interviews state that due to their male identities, they could not interpret the film as well as female identities. Both female viewers of the film interpret the film as an example of society's oppression of women. Women one finds the movie brave because it touches on a subject that no one dares and sees it's a successful with its story, acting and handling. The only thing that makes her go away is the leather jacket that Nesrin wears over the shalwar. They describe it's a very harsh garment and doesn't fit the village environment. According to her, Nesrin broke her shackles and got somewhere with her own effort, but her family mother unwittingly prevented her from taking a step forward and rising, which is a common problem in Turkey. However, if the mother said, yes, you can do it, if the mother is a little motivated, that person can go further. Women one who sees Nesrin as a strong character cannot say no her mother and surprised by what she went through. She cannot say no psychologically. Her own psychology is getting worse and worse, and because she cannot finish the job, she is exposed to different psychological pressure. Women one reads the film as a conflict between modernity and tradition and marks the main factor causing repression in the film as dominant Sunni interpretation of Islam. The film reminds her own experiences who grew up as an Alevite minority woman in a predominantly Muslim and Sunni country. As an Alevi and woman, she tells that she was discriminated against because of her beliefs, yet she wore closed clothes and fasted for a while in order to not to be excluded due to the pressure of her dominance. Sunni belief placed on her. Woman one who experienced discrimination during his school years and on the streets remembers that this reality while interpreting the pressure on Nesrin in the film. Turkey is not a democratic and safe country for her, where Alevis and especially women can live comfortably. In her narrative, the construct between Turkey, which is rapidly moving away from modernity and progressing, and Britain, which attaches importance to education and culture, is evident. She feels lucky to live in London because of the comfort of her working life, the abundance of sports, education, and cultural opportunities, and the fact that it offers a free living space for women. Woman 2 was born in Turkey like the other interviews, but
You have last 2 minutes.
oh my God. Okay, I will summarize.
Thank you.
My conclusions, the story of the film, which tells about the oppression on women and in a conservative society, was perceived as a realistic representation by the interviewers. The director was evaluated as brave and successful because she was able to tell it. It cannot be said that the fact that the film was labeled as an art film in the festival press had a significant effect on the reception of the interviewers. However, one participant read what was written about the director and the film in the press and used this information to understand why the film received an award. Although the interview was not essentialist but unstable, heterogeneous conceptions of identity, not being Turkish or even a world citizen, and ideological views are effective in film reception. It's basically seen that their gender identity and their position on immigration in England are more decisive and that have been observed that lead to different readings. While all interviews like the plots of the film, which tells about the social and traditional pressure on women, they think that the story has problems with its narration. In this respect, the film has given them to boringness they expect from an art film. The cinematography of the film, which is often built with darkness, close-ups and closed frames, has also been the distinguishing features of the reception. It has been noticed that not only the interviewer with a cinema education, but also other interviewers have developed comments on the style of the film. It was observed that the fact that this study was shown to them within the scope of a research played a major role in the interviews comments on the narrative and stylistic features of the film. It has been determined that watching the film as a task leads them to develop productive comments. It has been observed that the tastes of audience, which are generally shaped by popular films, create some intellectual and aesthetic expectations regarding the filmic narrative in the audience. However, the open-ended ana yurdu has been found to fail these generic expectations and even disturbed them. Thus, the research pointed out that HoMER's determined interviewers focused on the three basic concepts related to meaning, pleasure, and taste. Under normal circumstances, this film is a not film they would choose and watch because of the dramatic weight of the subject. It deals with and gloomy tone of the narrative and style, although the film lives of the interviewers who are above a certain education and income level are mostly in the direction of popular films. It has been observed that they can produce ideas about art films or independent films, both narratively and stylistically. Research also pointed out that besides subject identities, individual attitudes towards obtaining direct, realistic, instrumental, and immediate gratification and physical and social distance from interpretive communities are effective in reception. The physical and social distance from this interpretive community, which is effective in the understanding, making sense of the film, makes it possible to think productively about such films. While the Brexit process and the COVID-19 pandemic shaped the film reception of the interviews, it seems that they also made them think about their own identities and their future, similar to the CH experience of Nesrin, the character of the film. Brexit and the pandemic have pointed to uncertainties not only for the women too, who has not yet acquired a British identity, but also for male one and women one who are British citizen. In summary, this research shows how the legal status, political views, and gender identities of the interviewers regulating their presences in London, which are determined by the duality of having a British identity and being an immigrant doing business within the framework of an economic agreement, interact and determine how they interact with the film ana yurdu in the Bruxelles process. As Steiger emphasized, the historical explanation of the act of interpreting the film has been made. The dominant interpretive strategies in the reception of the film are produced in relation to current social, historical, cultural, and political problems and discourse about Turkey through the story of the film. However, in this production, genders, worldviews, and historical context of the period played a reciprocal role which determined the subject positions of the interviews in the transnational context. Thank you for your listening to me.
Thank you very much for this interesting case study. And now I invite our other speakers here for the questions. We used a little bit the advantage of our missing first presentation. We used this time and now we can further use it for the discussion. Any questions from the audience? Please.
Thank you, Dalila. So yeah, that's a very good question. I think there are a few different reasons why this happened, and one is anecdotal. I think I went to this pensioners club in my hometown, and I had a focus group there. And the guy is the chair of the pensioners club is a man, and he was the only man in the focus group, and it was like 10 women. And he said, oh, that's because the guys are interested in football and sports, and it's the women who watch the films and TV series. So there's this sort of perhaps implicit preconception that it's a feminized hobby in a way. The other thing is I was targeting particular demographics because as I was recruiting for 3 months, I could see what data was coming in, so I could react. And in person, when I did the paper questionnaires, I could approach people in towns who I knew weren't represented already. But the problem was that because I was combining quantitative and qualitative, I had a validity question, which was basically the one question and then the same one rephrased to mean the opposite thing. And so people who answered affirmatively to both questions, which meant different things, I excluded from the questionnaire because it meant that they weren't paying attention. Now, this is a very contentious issue in sociological research. I've read about it since, because it does make your sample more educated and more formally educated, let's say. And it precludes certain minorities from being better represented in your research. I chose to keep it that way. Perhaps it wasn't the best decision because that excluded a lot of the elderly participants who didn't catch on that. But then also I wasn't sure whether I could trust their other opinions. So I wasn't sure whether they were confused about the whole questionnaire or just that particular question. And the third thing was to get more particularly ethnic minorities. I think in the future I would get help from mediator. So get someone who is embedded in the group quite well in the culture. I tried to do that with publications and newspapers when I was doing my research, particularly trying to reach out to Turkish minorities in Kırgızali and Shumen. And on Facebook, I was targeting people who spoke particular languages, but they just wouldn't disclose their ethnicity when they did the questionnaire. So I couldn't make any viable inferences about what different ethnicities experienced because I suppose there was stigma, they just wouldn't disclose it. So to make it less stigmatized and to be more part of a community, I would get help. Thank you.
Yeah, the question was about audiences and the sort of specific compilation of the audiences, but also about the place and whether it kind of there's other screenings around it. So the first question I don't have any data or anything, and that's what I'm going to do. I was hoping that it would take place before the conference, but it didn't. So there'll be hopefully a part 2 to this. Anecdotally, it's kind of it's local people and kind of residents. I'm not sure how many people come in from the outside or tourists. I mean, this is, I think, the clear thing is whether there's kind of temporary residents in terms of tourism there. The place has quite a lot of kind of second homes as well, so it's got that sort of particular character to it. I know that over the last 2 years from the organisers, they said that actually the tourist element obviously went down over COVID, and that the local kind of people went sort of up. As I say, there's not really many, there's cinema screens in Perugia and Castello, which are the kind of nearest big towns, but there's nothing sort of more available in that area. In terms of screenings, I think it's changed. I think it did used to be very much concentrated on this period, but I've noticed now, I think now because they've got an organisation of it that's kind of up and running, they do provide kind of screenings, one-off screenings throughout the year, obviously depending on kind of, you know, not so much in winter and everything. They've also, I think, a new change brought in kind of other types of entertainment, so musical kind of concerts under that kind of moniker. So they're sort of diversifying. I mean, one thing I actually didn't mention is that they don't charge for the films, but they have started charging for some of the kind of musical concerts that are coming in. So they're sort of developing in that way. But before, I mean, as I say, what it was is quite a kind of a mad sort of anarchic experience of this kind of screening in the square where anybody could just kind of turn up and go, and there was lots of sort of traffic kind of in between. And I think both possibly the way that developed, but obviously COVID and changing this location is going to have quite an impact on how that develops and how it develops as a festival. But thanks, that's a really interesting question, and I'm really interested to see what the audiences are, you know, and their kind of makeup when I go back.
Western genre films. I wonder how much is that like sort of increase in production?
So it was a question about the service industry in Bulgaria, which produces quite a lot of low budget Hollywood films, and whether that's had an impact on reception and production increase, did you say? Local productions, which are not Hollywood the Runaway, are usually funded partly by the National Film Center. Oftentimes they're in co-production with other European countries, usually neighboring countries. And maybe if the filmmaker has gone to university in Germany, they have a German co-producer, or, you know, if they have a working relationship, say Kamen Khalif has lived and worked in France, so he usually has a French co-producer for his films. I wouldn't say that Hollywood Runaway productions, I mean, I haven't looked at statistics, to be completely honest, but in the locally produced films that I have looked at, there hasn't been that much influence coming from the fact that you know, Hollywood films are shot there. In terms of publicity, there's definitely a lot. When the Expendables were shooting in Bulgaria, 1, 2, 3, everyone was just mad about Stallone and Schwarzenegger, and there were so many memes about them with the Bulgarian prime minister at the time. I don't know if the films did particularly well in the box office because of that. I know people pirated them a lot because of that. Yeah, I think, you know, not so much on the reception side of things, but it definitely raises publicity about what's going on. Yeah.
Any more questions from the audience? I will enter the picture. Yes.
Yeah, so I couldn't really go into a lot of detail about that, but one of the participants talked about how festivals have changed perceptions of Turkish cinema. So before that, Turkish cinema was very much, well, in the noughties and the early teens, was represented by the soap operas that travel quite well internationally, and there was this sort of rift in Bulgarian society between, well, let's stereotype the older women who like to watch these soap operas and the younger other people who didn't. But this participant says that with festival cinema, this gives the opportunity to the audience not to pigeonhole Turkish productions as to, oh, they're always these dramatic, tragic narratives, but to really experience true Turkish cinema. Now, unfortunately, I don't think a lot of Turkish films are shown in mainstream cinemas. There's a couple of independent cinema houses in Bulgaria that do show a more varied offer, but they are Europa cinemas, and they're all based in Sofia, with the exception of maybe one which is in Plovdiv. So there's not a lot of circulation out of the festival venues. Could I sneak in a question for Hassan? Yeah, just because it's on the topic of festivals, and I thank you, Hassan, for your presentation. I saw that
Thank you so much.
yeah, I saw that your participants weren't very interested in awards, and they didn't, in terms of art films, they didn't. They read about
Yeah.
reviews and stuff, but they didn't really. So I was wondering, could you talk a little bit more about their relationship with like international awards and their perceptions, and maybe what else could shape their opinions about whether to watch a film or not?
Yeah. Just a minute. Art films, it's too interesting for them. I couldn't find my paper. Especially for the male to told about it. I'm sorry. Yeah. For me, the art films for the migrations in London are boring films. Interviews revealed that they mostly watch popular movies, don't like art movies, because for them, label art film has produced horizons of expectation loaded with negative connotations. It is the existence of genre categories, rather discourses of genre classifications, that enables us to develop expectation structures about film text. These expectations, horizons of interviews regarding the art cinema genre are formed from their past viewing experiences while watching Tarkovsky films, as Mail 2 expressed. In addition, their current transnational positions has also changed their expectations from films. For the interviewees, watching an art film was described as a challenging and boring experiences, like decipheration. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, they prefer to watch movies that they will have fun and clear their minds instead of trying to understand the art films that they liken to deciphering. For this reason, it's more important that the film is relaxing and entertaining rather than its genre. This means that their film tastes are shaped within the tradition of classical dramatic narrative. Indicates that they are spectators produced within the classical narrative and narrative traditions. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I can have a follow-up question to you, Maya, but always related to the circulation of popular Turkish titles. You said that Turkish films don't circulate much in the movie theaters, but we think that there should be a really demand for popular titles in Bulgaria too, as there are Turkish people there. Do you think there are pirates, maybe networks that, do you have any idea about how pirate practices take place?
Sorry. I try not to ask in a lot of detail because ethics says that if the police asks me, I have to disclose my information. But yes, so it's a twofold answer to your question. There were people in Bulgaria who weren't ethnically Turkish who were interested in a more diverse offer, because right now about 80 to 90% of the screenings are dominated by Hollywood. And then maybe you've got like a good 10-15% Bulgarian films, and the rest is the rest. There was definitely a lot of people brought up the fact that they would like a more diverse offer, both in terms of genre and in terms of nationality of films, because Hollywood is not considered particularly engaging. The question on piracy, I think a lot of people who live in Turkey also have Turkish television and Turkish cable services, so they don't always even have to pirate through Bulgarian websites, which are written in Bulgarian usually. I had a participant from the town of Shumen who was Bulgarian, but her friend who did not come to the focus group was Turkish, so she was a mouthpiece in a way. She just said, "Oh, my friend really, she doesn't really watch Bulgarian films, or she watches Turkish, but then she's got a way to watch them freely, and that's why she didn't come, because she didn't feel like she had anything to say." So I feel like there's more channels than piracy. Yeah.
For easily accessing Turkish immigrants, you can use us for your further researches. We can assist you on that. Another question from the audience? I can't see the chat. Maybe if you can see that. Okay. And maybe one question for Victoria on my side. I understand that you still haven't interviewed the audience, but it seems that the festival has a really particular audience. They are very young, and it seems that the festival has a special place in their life. Are there any life-changing stories, like I became a cinematographer after attending the festival, I decided to become a director, etc.?
Sorry, not that I know. This was a question about the young film audience. Again, I can't really answer in any detail about that. I think what the organisers have said is they've been surprised how very opinionated they are, even at a very young age, with what they're watching, and that actually giving them this kind of agency within the festival itself has been a really positive thing, and that I think is something that they want to develop. And I think the sort of literacy aspect of the film, through the workshops, through these kind of primary school and building up to the festival, so outside of the actual time of the festival itself, has been something that's been kind of quite important, And I think, again, coming back to this, I mean, it's a kind of maybe slightly spurious argument, but this idea that what they're doing is watching them live at the time, they're not watching them kind of previewing them in any other way. They're there watching these films once only and making judgments on them is quite an important part of the kind of literacy that they're trying to develop with this particular audience. So giving them maybe a kind of different experience than they might be used to in terms of consuming film cinema.
Vicky, what's the youngest that you're going to be surveying, interviewing?
I'm not going to be with the children, unfortunately. It's just an audience. It's been difficult to kind of access that. Maybe in the future, but it's just going to be a questionnaire at the moment, sort of outgoing. Yeah.
please.
No. It's a special kind of, it's shorts as well. It's not actually, that's a good point. It's not actually the long kind of main evening festivals. It's shorts that are kind of being shown to the children, yeah, and that they vote on the awards.
Unless they watch Behind the Curtain.
Yeah, that would be film literacy in a kind of different way, I would imagine, but yeah.
Well, the original idea was to bring it back to the audience and to bring it back to scholars and to gatekeepers. I have been slow in doing that, and I think another problem was the pandemic. Things are changing very quickly, so this is very quickly becoming a snapshot of a time in history in 2018 when this is what the situation was like, and it's possible that things are exacerbated outside of the sample and also with the progression of time. I would very much like, once the official website has a Bulgarian version of it as well, I'd very much like to have a formal launch in Bulgaria, because I think essentially those are the people that care about, what I've uncovered. Not to offend you guys, I know you care as well, but practically speaking. Thank you.
If there aren't any other questions, maybe we can close up the session. I think there are not. So I want to thank everyone, especially Victoria and Maya and Hassan, who are here as the presenters. Online participation is difficult and challenging, so thank you very much for doing this. Thank you to the audience for participating and for your questions. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, our technical assistants. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good lunch.